have returned. Jerry Pose, well played, well played. Time to update the board. How are you doing, friend? Pookow. And Cold Ankles, what and welcome. Coming in, friends, coming in. It is the return to therapy sword. Oh man, Meebot. Fuck Meebot. Dinobot's doing its job. Bacon, how are you doing? Hello. Oh, how are you doing this fine afternoon? Been just doing like the pre-PAX promotion. A little tongue twister of a task. Catching up on the hot sheets, that usual kind of thing. Of which there honestly really isn't too much going on today. Hi Greybeard, what and welcome. Hello. I guess for those of you who haven't been about, basically PAX week is coming, so the schedule is pretty much out the window. And considering I've been down ill and I've missed so much, I'm trying to, I don't want to say make up the hours because it kind of sounds like I'm, slugging tree logs uphill, but it's definitely getting as much chances to hang out with everybody before I'm into full PAX mode. So Hoffers, Shitaru, Square Pig, Watto, and welcome. And Shitaru, thank you for filling the pint glass. I hope you're all doing splendid today. It's been a fucking weird night for me, but I'm here. I am ready to bash things in with a gigantic sword. There will definitely be easing off of Melania today, because I basically got to retrain myself. It's been like, what, 2 weeks? Week and change? Fucking time travel. I gotta relearn how to not be useless at Elden Ring, so that's our goal today. So yeah, I hope you're all doing splendid. It's been... Okay, so this week is always a fucking weird one. Because, like, Gamescom has come to an end. Gamescom was last weekend, and now we're into PAX West. So again, it's kind of one of those like 1-2 punch weeks where like Europe is doing one thing, North America's doing another. Terrible time to release a video game. Oh, and Shitaru, thank you kindly. Looking very arty. And like game news wise, I know I'm the only person who's like fucking keeping a hawk eye on Savvy Games, but I'm still... they're making continued inroads into video games, and it's my worry. And Fearless Watto, and welcome. In the subject of Solid Snake, we did see some more stuff on Konami's rebuild of Metal Gear Solid 3, which is curious. Like, there's this fascinating thing in discussing like press and PR of like, what do people say? Why do interviews go out? Why do companies say the things that they say? And we kind of touched on it yesterday a little bit when talking about like, how marketing affects how people see games. And what's interesting right now is that Konami have been saying that they don't have a single creative lead on their upcoming remake of Metal Gear Solid. Predominantly they've been saying that, they like the idea of this younger generation kind of coming up through Konami, but there isn't one person heading it up. And I'm just kind of like, well, why say that? Like, why not empower the team? Why why make it seem to the outside world that they don't have faith in the people making their game? I don't know. Like, Konami's not good at stuff. And Phyllis, I think it's going to be at least worthy of discussion. I got yelled at on the internet for like a week because when they released the first trailer, someone on, I believe it was TikTok, did like a side-by-side. Because the trailer for the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake was a shot-for-shot in places of the opening of Metal Gear Solid 3. And one of the things that was fascinating, I said that it doesn't look as good as the original, pertaining to the fact that a lot of Metal Gear Solid 3's style comes from two places. Like an emulation of that, like, post-Cold War spy thriller movie. And also all the fucking filters they put over it to hide the fact that the PS2 was really, really pushing the limits of what it could do visually. Now, Moose, I do agree with you. Like, that's the internal reason of why they're not promoting somebody to a similar named character. But then again, like, just when it comes to PR, you can always say nothing. Saying nothing is free. So when you choose to highlight something, it always makes me go, what? Because, like, if it's a statement that you wrote that goes out, like, you're the one that put it all out there. You wrote everything. And Lizzie and Moose, Watto and welcome. Neo Shadow, hello, hello. And Dustin, greetings, Watto and welcome. But yeah, I'm cautiously optimistic. I mean, you'll know if the planets align, I'm going to try and get the HD remake for the 360 of Metal Gear 3, because that has a lot of the PS2 features in it, but is a lot easier to stream. Aw, and Shaunerus, what a welcome. Sorry you're feeling under the weather, friend. You know, there's anyone that can relate to that. Hello! We're going to be doing like a little training montage day for Elden Ring, because I need to get my groove back before we're ready to fight Melania again. So, yeah, we're just having a little natter, then we're going to whack things with a gigantic sword and have a good time with it. But you know, this is just the conversation we had yesterday. I'm still kind of thinking about that, mainly because I got the weirdest like fucking migraine last night. It was a good while after stream, so it wasn't caused by you lot, but you know the one where you get like your vision starts going weird and then it spreads? I had that last night. It was fucking bad. But I'm doing fine today, so please don't worry. But one of the things we talked about yesterday was, because we've talked about meta text in games, right? Like the idea that there are certain games where there is additional things alongside the title that are either necessary or highly recommended, right? Like, Dan Olsen did a whole fucking video on this. We've talked about this a whole lot. But one of the things that we were scratching at yesterday was how marketing affects games. That isn't, and I don't mean from a sales standpoint, I mean from how it sets expectation, how the marketing constructs how we feel about a game. And when I say marketing, I'm kind of using a blanket catch-all to like anything that the studio itself or the publisher puts out, usually pertaining to pre-release or promotion, right? So that could be, hey!
What hope?
Okay, ever since yesterday, the alerts have just gotten fucking quiet. I hate that. It's like, what is this? Okay, that should be better. I was about to be like, what is this? An alert for ants? Excuse me. Okay, that should be a little better. Anyway, Vanderbeest, thank you kindly. Shitaru, sorry about your hard work. But no, it was something we were talking about yesterday, and I couldn't really do anything last night except for kind of lie around and ponder, and I got thinking about that. So that's what I'd like to talk about today. Because it's one of those fascinating things that, like, how much a company does or doesn't have to market a game varies wildly. And marketing is definitely one of the most shamanistic practices in video games. Like, marketing doesn't mean adverts and trailers and things like that. It does, but not exclusively. Marketing is going out there and telling people, look at my video game! And then going, oh, that sure is a video game. Right? If community is engaging with people that already care, marketing, PR, etc. is finding people who didn't know. Which can also pertain into community, but that's another story. I'm trying not to overload this conversation before we start having it. But the reason why we talked about this is because yesterday I mentioned a friend of mine down the pub who's been playing We Happy Few. They've been playing it years after it came out, fully aware of what it is, but having seen none of the advertising and marketing around it. And they're having a great time. Like, in terms of, like, survival games, you know, it's in a fresh environment. It's got a quirky little mechanic being the pills of joy, which you can suffer withdrawals and have a bad time from, but you need them to pass certain areas. Like, you have to be drugged out of your gourd to pass certain checkpoints. So you have to get off your tits in certain points and then deal with the consequences. Like, now that We Happy Few is out and done and they're having a fucking great time with it. But for those of us who were around during, like, the marketing and the run-up and all of that, like, it was a mess. And not a mess in the sense of, like, you know, marketing equal bad, but the way in which it was shown to people was so misrepresentative of what the game ended up being that it left people feeling weird. And the fact that, I believe it did an early access launch, don't quote me on that one, I'll have to check, but its early versions were very, very different. But oh yes, because it did have some crowdfunding stuff, didn't it? Oh shit, Lizzie, a happy birthday! I hope you're doing splendid. And Saitlin, what a welcome. But the reason why I wanted to talk about this today is because, like, We Happy Few did have a shaky launch, but a lot of the critique was based on the perceptions that had been set by the marketing assets going forward. And I think that's why I find it so fascinating. I think We Happy Few is a perfect case study to discuss these things, right? Now, later on, with later post-release assets, they did a much better job of showing how, you know, it wasn't a narrative game, it wasn't a story title, it was in fact this kind of, you know, systematic survival game where things get increasingly chaotic. And that some of the subsequent DLCs had a much more focused story-like element to them, but a lot of the critiques that weren't about the quality at launch were this concept of, you sold us on a specific kind of game, and then when we got it, it was a very different game, and that very different game was not great. You see kind of like the back and forth of it. See, Dead Island did kind of a 1-2 punch in that it had this incredible, like, it had this incredible emotional trailer that ended up having nothing to do with the game. But it did gangbusters. It was the trailer for so long. And then in subsequent trailers, they kind of fixed the tonal of it. By that point, they already had a huge kind of groundswell. And interestingly, I think that Dead Island's style kind of created like a duality. You know, the idea that it is the zombocalypse and it's bad, but also there are some feckin' lunatics in this who are just out for themselves, out to have fun. Oh, jumping back in, Satan's just filling back with the .age demo? I tried faffing around with a few things last night, but I had the migraine that wouldn't leave, so I just ended up having to be very boring in the dark. Well, so Wolfcrad, this does kind of lead on to talking about Deadlock. Now, the important thing that we and other teams do not take away from Deadlock is don't market your game. In fact, don't even tell people. In fact, forcibly don't tell people about your game. Because no one else can do that. Maybe, like Blizzard could pull that off. You know, you've got to already have a huge user base. But it is fascinating when you compare this to Valve's last big, like, original release, which was Artifact. Well, I guess that's... Okay, no. Half-Life Alyx was definitely the previous one. But again, I feel like Half-Life Alyx comes from an existing franchise. You know, it's a Half-Life game. You can't really count that as a new IP, as a new concept. And it's really interesting because Artifact, which if you hadn't heard of it, was Valve's attempt to do like a CCG on Steam. It was a disaster. But they did a huge marketing campaign. They had a big stage announcement, trailers, they had huge stands at events. They did a traditional big AAA push. And it was a bit of a disaster. Right now, I think I posted... What was the numbers posted today? I think I put it in game news. Yeah. There are nearly 90,000 people on Steam playing Deadlock. And in terms of video game marketing, Deadlock's not been announced, right? Like, there has been no official trailer. Valve have not stood up in front of the rest of the gaming world and said, here is our new hero shooter MOBA. We made Smite, but more fun. Right? They eventually acquiesced, turned off the NDA, and put up a very, very bare bones Steam page. But that's it. You can play it right now if you know somebody who will invite you in. You can just do that right the heck now. But as it currently stands, there's been no big announcement, you know? Oh yeah, Fearless. I do remember the Artifact announcement was very funny. Well, and so this is one of those things where like it's important to look at these all as individual elements, right? But these things do affect it. Like, marketing is expensive and nebulous. Even at an indie level, it's expensive in the terms of like hours in a day just telling people your games exist and how you do that. Like, marketing isn't cheap, but unlike other spheres of game dev, it's much harder to say, if I do 10 hours of marketing this week, I will get X in return. Because that's not quite how it works. Oh, darn it. Keep getting my hair caught in my jacket. I've got to put this back up. Fuck, where was it going? Beans. Alright, thread lost. Thread lost. Oh yes, just moving into Deadlock and things like that. I don't know. If I manage to re-grasp the thread that I was trying to natter with you all, then I absolutely will. You know, obviously my fear is that a bunch of idiots will be like, well, Deadlock didn't do any advertising and they did great, so we'll do that. Because what's fascinating is people are also starting to compare Concord, which was Sony's kind of like equivalent one, which I didn't even realise had been released on Steam. Like, and Concord's marketing sucks. But I'm sorry, they had a very expensive trailer that rubbed everybody up the wrong way, and they're nothing. Like, a Deadlock. Yeah. I feel bad for Concord. You know, it was clearly supposed to be part of Sony's new initiative, which was like, you know, the 8 live service games they were going to be doing, that finally kind of made it to fruition well after the burnout period has hit. But Concord's marketing has been so wishy-washy. Oh yes, Wolfcrad, I was talking about like investment in marketing. Yeah. It's really fucking hard, because here's the thing. Whoever it was that made Concord's trailer, was it Blur or Platige or... Now, if I'm being perfectly honest, I don't know all the big CGI studios like I used to. For those of you who don't know, like outside of some of the big publishers, those CGI trailers are not made in-house. Like, you go to a studio, you go, we need a cinematic trailer for our game, or a cinematic opening, and they go, give us 100k, and you give them 100k, and then they give you a video. Price is usually dependent on how quickly you need it done. So anytime you see one of those like fancy, flashy CGI trailers and things like that, for things like Concord, you know, those are predominantly done by, you know, third-party outsourced animation houses. Which, hey, there's nothing wrong with that. But they're expensive. And there is this misnomer of it's just pure dollars in, success out, that is adopted by a larger portion of the big publisher marketing operations. I'm getting really into the paint here, sorry. Is there anything else you want to talk about? Because all I wanted to do was just kind of like scratch on how that whole process of like outsourced marketing, while it can be very successful, especially if you're working through a publisher, that publisher can be drastically disconnected from what it is that you're making. And that's how you can end up in a we happy few situation, right? You know? But it's not as cut and dry as other aspects of video game creation, because Dead Island 1 did exactly the same thing. A misrepresentative CGI trailer that was beloved by everybody. And Dead Island did good. Because Dead Island also had a great launch window, and they also put a lot of hours into showing that it was going to be a first-person zombie basher. So Cold Ankles, Tactical Breach Wizards is... Well, I mean, it's Tom Francis. It's all Tom Francis. He came from games journalism. That's a big proportion of how Gunpoint and Heat Signature were able to get coverage. And by the point that Tactical Breach Wizards were starting to come together, the momentum of those previous titles. See, I don't know who's making Concord, right? But I can tell you... I don't know who's making Concord, right? Had a big fancy trailer, lots of bombastic nonsense. But ultimately, I had nothing to grab teeth into. Now, comparing that to Tactical Breach Wizards seems insane, but hear me out. Tactical Breach Wizards is from somebody who is very intrinsically linked with the games industry and games media, has been releasing clever indie titles for the past few years, and in terms of marketing has done a little bit of open development, a little bit of kind of traditional trailers, interviews, and things like that, and just chugging along. Like, with Tactical Breach Wizards, none of it at least feels rushed in terms of the assets. So the big focus on Tactical Breach Wizards is the humor and the absurdity of the setting, right? Yeah, what I would say, Happy Pie, is if you want to study good examples of like CGI thematic trailers, early Overwatch stuff is perfect. Like, I often rewatch the Two Dragons video because it's a perfect asset. Like, it shows you the emotional experience of playing the game. It shows you two characters. It gives you grounding on both and makes you want to fucking play the game, even though it is not an in-gameplay trailer. I will say that, unfortunately, as Blizzard has gone through so much shite, their approach has become very formulaic, and their newer stuff is not worth the amount of cash they're putting in. Kind of a good reminder of the Meet the series that TF2 did, and how they increased the scope and focus on the Meet the series as they went forward, rather than trying to create like a catch-all formula. Because you can create an asset that looks good and is well animated, that does fucking nothing. Both the Junker Queen and the Animu Shrine Maiden characters, their assets for Overwatch 2 are absolute dog shit in terms of like good marketing. And the reason being is that they have no reach beyond people who are already in that space. And with people in that space, it kind of doesn't work within the context that they've already set. So they're just very expensive, very pretty wastes of time. Which is why, like, we're not critiquing the animation style, we're not critiquing the quality. Sorry, you know this, I know this. Well, so Cold Ankles, one thing I want to quickly touch on is that, like, Tom Francis isn't a named character to anybody outside of, like, certain spheres of the games industry, but he put in a lot of hours, both as a journalist and then as an indie game creator, in talking to people, making friends. Like, I fucking know him. We got to hang out at, like, multiple events over the past, and he's always been incredibly kind, incredibly personable, right? Like, you cannot understate the power of being lovely to people and how it will help you down the road. Like, there is negative gains for being a dick. You know? And that interconnective tissue is one of the things that does make video games so interesting to talk about. Now, you don't have to be personally loved to have a successful game, but it's an interesting thing to put forward. And Verdant, Watto, and welcome. Oh, Blue Abomination, Watto, and welcome as well. But yeah, so Tactical Breach Wizards is a good example of how to do like a sensible, maintained indie marketing campaign. Little assets here and there with some good, well-placed trailers. And you know, Phyllis, Wheaton's Law absolutely applies. It applies doubly so to video games because the people who make them are also fans of the medium. You know. So Greybeard, I just wanted to jump back and discuss that just with Concord, it has nothing to offer us. At least nothing that the trailers put forward. Like, gorgeous character designs, like obviously an incredibly talented art team, but all that any of us could glean from its pre-release assets was that hero shooter. But why is it a hero shooter? What is going on? Again, this is where, like, those who do not study history are doomed to be fucking murdered by it. Like, okay. Original Overwatch is an incredibly good game to study in terms of marketing. And while I despise it now, that doesn't mean that it was unsuccessful at what it does. It doesn't mean I can't, like, deconstruct early Overwatch marketing and how brilliant it was. See, we had, I don't want to say hero shooters, but, like, you know, Team Fortress has been kicking around for as long as we've had, you know, internet FPS. Team Fortress 2 was a classic mod brought forward as a standalone game in that way that Valve had already kind of grasped with Counter-Strike and things like that. The assets around it were more... They felt more playful. You know, back when Valve didn't really need to... back when Valve still needed to try a little bit, but not as hard as everybody else. You know, they weren't quite printing money at that stage. And so what they did is they took characterizations of each of the different classes and gave them story. They gave them things to latch onto. Alright? Overwatch's marketing campaign, even though it is still just squad v squad, like, it's a jacked up capture the flag, okay? The flag is a payload, but whatever. But the characters and the stakes were all set within the marketing, right? The idea of this team of good and evil, that there was once Overwatch, these, you know, team of heroes that protected the world, but now they're scattered and separate. But this is the call, they've come back, right? Like, it doesn't matter how much or how little attention you pay. You watch that first asset, bam, you're in, it makes sense, right? Now, we compare that to Concord, and Concord showed us characters, yes. But they didn't have enough to them to be larger than life, certainly. They felt very, very subtle, which works. But what we got was kind of like a sci-fi heist, but it's not a heist, but it is. Like, what was our overall goal? Like, what were they trying to do? There's no forces they're working against. It didn't have enough pronunciation on its thematics to be like, oh, well, this is Guardians meets Cowboy Bebop. It a little bit comes back to the over-designing thing that Patrick Gill talked about with Anthem and stuff like that. Again? I've got to move his jacket. You get my hair caught. And again, I'm not judging Concord as a game, but it's got that... It doesn't have a hook beyond existing. Hey, Jackie. Watto and welcome! Oh. And thank you for the 41 months. And a tier 2. And I hope you're doing splendid. Well, okay, so Fearless, this is why this conversation is important, because... Yes, TF2 had roles, not characters. So TF1 had roles, not characters. TF2 was a continuation of that. You could have multiple snipers and multiple spies. But it was the external assets that then started reflecting things within the title that created this characterization. And this is where, you know, the effect of marketing and marketing assets comes into play, right? One of the things that was so fascinating was that if we go back to Blizzard, they told the story of their world completely separate of the game. Okay, not completely separate, that's a hyperbole, but like when Sombra was announced and we found out about these different factions and elements and who was working with who, right? There was so much story told in an asset that was just about, hey, we have a new character. Now, if you want to see this formula in practice, I know I've talked about this and I promise, I'm not going to rave about it too hard. But Valorant, love it or loathe it, Valorant's marketing is fucking perfect because they've taken that same formula that TF2 came up with and Overwatch 1 perfected. They've taken that and run with it. And it's incredible. You know, I thought I was going loopy, was it earlier this year, last year? No, fucking time travel. Anyway, because I saw one of the Overwatch 2 assets and I couldn't put my finger on why I hated it. Like, I really hated it. And it wasn't until I went back and started looking over what other teams were doing. I looked over Valorant and how it also did the thing of growing a cast of characters and a story aside from the title itself and how well that was done. Like, seeing that unfurl and then realizing that Blizzard have moved away from that one and it's just, they have a pipeline. A character is designed, a character is implemented, a character gets a cinematic trailer, a character is released. It doesn't matter what the trailer is, it's part of a pipeline. I mean, Greybeard, I guess no game is beyond salvaging. Maybe a few, but it is entirely possible that Overwatch as a product could be revitalized. You know, it's still doing fine. You know, it's much like when we discuss like Helldivers and things like that. Like, you know, Helldivers is not at its peak that it was, you know, the height of its virality, but it's still rocking 18k concurrents a day. Like, that's, for a multiplayer game that's been out for as long as it has, that's fucking brilliant. But like right now, well, okay, so Greybeard is one of those things where there's so much in a small statement, right? Like, League of Legends hasn't stopped making bank. Arcane was a great outreach tool on a product that's already doing well. I don't like League of Legends. I do not play it. But, again, none of us can say League of Legends is doing poorly. Arcane was a good way of grounding an existing world and also potentially bringing in lapsed players. Whereas, like, an Overwatch show, while not impossible, like, what is its role in this? Do you know what I mean? You don't want to do a big old push at a point when, you know, there's a genuine... I'm trying to think of a good way to phrase it. You don't want to do Cyberpunk Edge Runners when your game is still fuck-a-doodle-dude. Alright? Something like an Arcane, an Edge Runners, a Fallout TV show is a great push. But, like, from an external perspective, Overwatch is still treading water. There was a huge to-do and a promise of a sequel tier release, but really it was just the switch to like a free-to-play mode, and the community around it has definitely been feeling it. Cold Ankles, yes, an Overwatch show would have been great prior to release. You know, if you had the budget to do that as part of a hype campaign, then holy shit. But it would need to coincide with some huge changes to the title. Because, like, not all, like, external show assets result in kind of like a transfer through. I am still fucking confused by, what was it, Ubisoft's Blood Dragon cartoon. Now, Happy Pie, that's not a bad shout. And again, we're talking about marketing here, so I'm trying to put my personal feelings on Overwatch to the side as best I can. I think I'm doing good. But yes, as a 1-2 punch, if they finally decided to create a story mode, a co-op story mode that people have been asking for ages, and they coincided that with the release of a show, that could very much work. And Greybeard, Diablo is complicated. Diablo has always had this thing of you can't really listen to its most vocal detractors to get a sense of how it is doing. Because, I mean, shit, if you listen to people around Diablo 3's launch, you have thought that game was DOA, and it ended up being wildly successful. What I have heard, again, this is more shamanistic, and I'm afraid I can't give you any data to back this up, but what I would say is that most of the Microsoft acquisition stuff, like ActiBliz and things like that, are pretty much like treading water at the moment. Like, they're continuing with plans they had, but how much and how little Microsoft is getting involved is weird and wild. So we can't credit Microsoft with Diablo 4 and where it's at now. And Greybeard, with those teams, they're very siloed now. Like, the problem is that within ActiBliz, Overwatch was the big moneymaker, which means it got all of the focus and all of the executive attention, and then it stopped being the moneymaker. Diablo was left to its own devices because it was pretty much a surefire bet. Like, don't even want to know what's going on with poor StarCraft. Anyway, friends, sorry, I've kind of careened wildly around. But bringing it back. The impact of marketing and how these things affect it is a big old deal, right? You know, while we can talk about a lot of things like hang on, let me check the Steam 250, because if we're talking about like that bottom 100. Yeah, see, Overwatch is still the 9th most hated game on Steam. I still don't know what War of the Three Kingdoms is, but they definitely pissed off the entirety of the Chinese user base. And also, of all the games very, very disliked on Steam, Overwatch has an order of magnitude more than anyone else. Like, so it's nothing small. Although, the hell is Mirror 2 Project X? That seems to be wildly hated. A match 3 game developed using cel-shaded techniques and powered by UE4. Man, they are not liked. Oh yeah, if you ever want to check the bottom 100, this is always an interesting one to see how user sentiment is going. Although technically it's ranked based on percentage, not just on sheer number. So actually, the more reviews something has on Steam, the lower the chances that it'll be in the shit list. But that's another story. I tell you what, let's keep nattering about this, but I'm gonna get Elden Ring going, just because I need to start shaking off these cobwebs sooner rather than later. And as much as I would like to say we're going to be spending the day on another round of Let Me Solo Her, no, I'm sorry. Like, There is... Oh my word. Boop. We have a lot of extreme violence to get through. Now, it does feel a little mean picking on Blizzard. Like... However, when it comes to marketing, it's kind of like... Once you can understand PR and marketing as a language, right? Similar to like understanding programming languages. Once you get it, you can understand it in its minutiae. But until that point comes, it's much easier to translate at higher levels. Do you know what I mean? Like, I can tell you why certain indie projects succeed and why other ones don't. But it's usually a lot of very, very small factors that all come together. Like, the moving parts are all there, and how you understand them is very, very complicated. But with something like Overwatch and Concord and Dead Island and We Happy Few and things like that, because they happen in such massive broad strokes, it's much easier to translate, right? Oh, way cool. Fearless. Way cool. I had hoped to fight the big red lightning dragon during my downtime, but that bastard of a migraine I got last night saw to that wholeheartedly. So, yeah, I still got my Melania kit fighting outfit on. Woo! And my big yellow eye! Oh, it's a big yellow eye! Woo! No one knows how cool we are. Okay. So, like, if there are titles that you think are worth bringing up for this discussion, like, I'm down to here. I think we did explore all of the ice. No, I don't think we went up to Big Tree. Let's go check out Big Tree. I don't think we did that. So Cold Ankles. Apex Legends was a shadow drop. It was. Now, I think I've told you my theories at this point, but I'm happy to talk about them again, which was... I still think that Apex Legends was supposed to die, and I think it succeeded in spite of EA, not because of it. And I think they're still kind of having those problems. The TLDR being... If a publisher promises you marketing support, they might promise that you're going to get like X amount of marketing budget or X amount of attention. And I think EA delivered to the letter of the contract. Again, I don't have anything to back this up, but if you've seen how both of the Titanfall games have been handled, you can see what I'm saying, right? Nani? Nani? That seems fine. Well, that's the great thing about Elden Ring. There's always more things to kill! Okay. And this is why we're doing warm-ups. Well, so Cold Ankles... Compare how Anthem was marketed to how Apex Legends was marketed. Apex Legends was pulled out of nowhere. They did a stealth drop. They dropped a trailer and paid for a bunch of streamers to play it on day one. Like, the absolute bare fucking minimum. But it did good. Oh, right, I don't have stinky breath or anything. Fucking hell. And yes, Night Valen, they did just cartwheel on my corpse. Not going to take it personally. I'm not going to take it personally. Said Will, clearly taking it personally. Wait, what was that fucking... Oh, there it is. hang the fuck on. There we go. Stinky breath, dude. It's been a while. So we got stinky breath, spicy breath, spicier breath, and absolute fucking madness. There we go. Well, okay, so, but Happy Pie, that's one of the other things where these conversations, it's really important to separate, like, gameplay from marketing. Apex was a simple game to play. The high-speed parkour flavored nonsense works. Like, Battle Royale games are already real successful in the fact that you can just follow them because the gameplay loop just makes a lot of sense, right? But we're not talking about that. We're talking about Apex Legends being shadow dropped on a day with no wind up, with no build up. For a franchise which, okay, people like Titanfall, but it's not Battlefield, right? It's not fucking Half-Life. Stinky Breather! Yeah, how's that working out for you? I think those guys are just vomiting at me. Not gonna lie, kids are weird. So yeah, that's why in these conversations it's kind of important to divorce, like, mechanics. It's kind of important to divorce the other fucker. Fucking die! But you know, it's important to divorce the content from the context a little bit. Does that make a weird sense? Excuse me, are you a skeleton or just a bastard? Oh, I'm just a bastard. I appreciate your dance. You need to do better than that. Because that's where a lot of this stuff happens. See, marketing's one of those things that if you ignore it, you're kind of putting your game in the fate of the hands of the gods, right? And the gods of video games are fickle and cruel. Anybody tells you that good games sell themselves is either not your friend or does not know what the fuck they're talking about. I'm trying to find out if I can work out what's actually casting this, or... if it's just special fuck you lightning flowers. Around. This was Sea of Thieves, I'd be fucked right now. Anyway. The best kinds of marketing are when it fits part and parcel with what you are doing, either emotionally or thematically. Because here's the thing, sometimes just showing raw gameplay isn't the best way to show people what it's like to play your game. I know this, you know this. You know, I honestly think that if you want a good example of understanding how to market the feeling of a game over the actual moment-to-moment, like, look at the Civ 6 and now into the Civ 7 marketing. Okay, minor tree. It's very frozen. Let's see what goodies we can find. I fucking see you up there, shitey Batman. Bees! I haven't retweaked my spell since last we fought Melania. Bees? Bees? Bees. So I don't have like high-speed projectiles anymore. Buddy. So Greybeard, I don't think I've gotten Rot Dog Ashes. Even if it does sound like the start of, I don't know, Rot, what's dog with you? Or some fucking shit. It's weird that there's no big tree person currently trying to murder me. Rather strange. Don't see any tunnels either. And to Fox, Watto, and welcome. It has been a million years. How goes it? Oh, fuck off, Bug. I killed you, Buggers, in Monster Hunter. I don't even think you can sneak up on me. I guess the other thing to mention, in terms of, like, you know, setting expectation and marketing and stuff like that, is it is entirely possible for a title to succeed in spite of its marketing. And the problem with that is it's one of those things that people so often point to and go, oh, well, you know, don't worry about marketing your video game. You can just do what, you know, X people did. To which the response should always be, well, no, they got lucky. You know, I know I've told you all this like a million fucking times, but anytime it looks like a game came out of nowhere and just succeeded, it usually means that something else happened. Alright, you bastard! That either somebody else was involved or a community found it or what have you, and that propelled it forward. And the problem is that doesn't always get reported on. See, the flip side of, like, the passion-based reporting of a lot of video game stuff is that sometimes we don't get all the details. You know, no one's gonna put an "as seen by Bigolus Dickolus Wolfwood" sticker on, I don't know, fucking Battlefield or what have you. There's nothing around this Erd tree? I'll break off a twig or something. So Fox, lovely to see you. I am on the tail end of the bad lurg, recovering just in time for PAX, thank fuck. So I've had a very shitty, like, week and a bit. And I'm not completely out of the woods. But, oh, there we go. Sorry, let me just fuck up this person's day. Now, do you have stinky breath, or is it just me? Stinky breath! Puppies. Okay. Okay, that was just rude. Okay, stinky breath not working. Let's try Madness Beam! Oh! Now I'm stinky. An Evil Geek, Watto and welcome. And Fox, thank you. Like, it's been a hell of a year already, let me tell you. And DJ Coil, Watto and welcome. Oh, fuck you, mate. You did not just stinky booty bounce me. So nasty. What is wrong with you lot? Alright. So Neoshido says, what's the most common $0 marketing tactics for a game? I feel I mostly see people talking about this stuff on Reddit. Alright, most common tactics are what we call open development. At least in this day and age. Open development is where you openly talk about making your game. So kind of the opposite of the AAA philosophy. You could do this on YouTube, you could do this on Reddit, you could do, you know, videos or dev diaries or snippets or demos or what have you. That's the most common tactic nowadays. Now, again, I just want to say that when we say $0 marketing, I don't mean that no effort. Oh, sorry, and I died. 810. What I mean is you're not spending additional cash. You have not hired someone, and you are not spending money on either an agency or on assets or what have you, right? That's what I mean when I say $0. Because technically, I would often say one of my specialties was like low-cost, no-cost marketing. But if you're paying me already, you are actually spending money. DJ Coil, good luck, friend. So Neoshido, that's the one that I see. You know, if you want a gold standard for the open dev... Okay, open dev, no gimmick. So it is just you being personable to camera. Obviously look at Zalavir. Oh. Okay, it did not like that. Okay, we're all good. Sorry, I'm connecting indie game dev friends with indie streamer friends so they can do assets. But yeah, so Zalavir's style of marketing is what I would call like the gold standard. Zalavir doesn't put on a persona or a character. He's a little silly and he's a little whimsical, but that's him as a person. It's very much like he's already found his voice and how he wants to talk about games.
Marketing Incorporated, not the best, but the best you can afford.
I mean, if you're asking me for marketing advice at 5 o'clock on a Monday, I am the best you can afford. No. Well, so Happy Pie, don't make me get the taser. No. Because, okay, so Happy Pie, working with streamers and YouTubers and things like that with a zero budget is entirely viable. And it is a symbiotic relationship. You've just got to have realistic expectations. See, you can go on Keymailer, and you can say, hey, if anybody wants to stream my game, they can have a key. Done. A lot of those people will either end up not doing it, or some of them will end up on grey market sites. But that hasn't cost you anything other than your time. You can reach out to content creators and be like, hey, I'm making this game where you punch orcs in the Wobbly Nobblies. Wobbly Knobbly Puncher 2025. We are going to be releasing in this date, but if you would like an early copy that you can stream, I'll send you a code. Because what you have said to them is you've said, hey, I like what you're doing. I'm going to give you earlier access than you know, the general public, so you can stream and show off this game. That's pretty much what Just Crow Things did. You know, we got sent a key. Now, I know Jakob, but that doesn't change the through line, which was, hey, I can't afford to sponsor you for a full stream, but if I send you this, like, would you cover it early? And I'm like, fuck yeah! I would have covered it anyway, but the problem was, Just Crow Things was supposed to come out the same day as I Am Your Beast, which ended up moving. So, like, it isn't the same as paying somebody an exposure if there is something for both parties to gain, right? Like, that's literally how Dead Cells did their outreach. And it was bloody successful. Alright. Second verse, same as the first. Let's go. Hey, old bastard! Madness beams! Fuck him up, puppies. Oh, I'm in trouble. I think that bug just saved my fucking life. Bako! Gotta get that Grundle stab in right at the end. There we go. First time every time. Sorry, and Bacon, like, seriously, thank you for the bits, alright? One of the reasons why I get to just share all my knowledge for no money is because you lot keep me alive. But yeah, there's a really, really good write-up that I reference all the time, which was done by the team behind Dead Cells, where what they did in the run-up to launch is they contacted tiny streamers. I'm talking like between like, you know, 2 and 10 viewerships. They contacted fuckloads of tiny streamers. And then they started contacting mid-tiers, you know, your 30s to 50s. And by the time all of them were on board and streaming Dead Cells, the big people, you know, your hundreds, your thousands, you know, your heavyweights, well, they started taking notice. They saw that groundswell. And they were like, why aren't we getting in on that? So they just got a copy of Dead Cells and streamed it. And it was smart. Now, not every game can do that. You couldn't do that methodology with a story game. You need something like a Dead Cells or a Spelunky or, you know, something with that forever replayability. But it works. You know. I mean, I'd also go so far as to say, as like, you know, sponsoring streamers isn't always a great way to go for marketing, depending on your title. And tactical spending is important when you have a limited budget. You know, I still remember one company, who shall remain nameless because it was great working with them, but their strategy was so wonky. But the TLDR was, they wanted to pay us for a whole week of like non-stop streams. So I'm so eager to die. And that was a hard one because, like, you never want to turn down money, but... excuse me. Because, you know, more money keep long shit going longer, but in the same breath, like... there was no value for them to have a whole intense week of, like, a stream a day for 5 days. There wasn't enough content, it wasn't the right kind of game. So I repitched them like once a week for a while, and they were pretty good about that, but as it would turn out, the marketing campaign actually fell apart after, I think it was like 2 weeks worth of it. Because they were obviously trying to go for some kind of like final Hail Mary maneuver, because they felt it probably wasn't hitting sales targets. Sorry, I forget how I got onto this topic. If you have any questions about this kind of stuff, please ask, because, you know, I don't get to talk about the streaming side of marketing as much as I'd like, and one of the things that's really, really fucking hard is being like a day walker, because I've been on the other side, you know, I've worked with streamers and YouTubers and those kind of fucking numpties, and now I'm on the flip side, where I'm like, please, Mr. Gigantic Corporation, pay me money to talk about your game. I'm already talking about it, I already love it, and I like eating. You know? And Quasiwato and welcome. But yeah, I don't know if any of you clipped that. I think that Dragonfly pushed me out the way of the multi-lasers in that last fight. I'm not sure how to feel about that. He saved my life. I have enough for a level. See, here's the thing. I could get some more health, which isn't a terrible thing. But every point in strength... actually, no, I can't put any more in strength because we're at 769. I can't change that. I can't. Sorry. Oh, but Neoshido, you're right. We're almost at 69 strength. So DJ Coyle says that Tiny Glade was an interesting adventure in zero-cost marketing. Loads of visual polish from the very start, showing off mechanics that really lands in like the TikTok, Twitter attention span. Yes. I've kind of come to understand TikTok a lot better. In that a good TikTok campaign, all the videos need to be standalone. I've been watching this great campaign for a title which is like cracked out superhero Stardew Valley. You play a king with a magic crown. Sorry, well, a ruler with a magic crown. I believe it's a queen. And your magic crown makes you just like redonkulously superpowered. And it's predominantly trying to hit more of a Animal Crossing vibe than anything else. But you can physically pick up a house and move it to where you want it. Or pick up a house and fucking punt it. To pull up all the crops, you do like a leaping fist punch and stuff like that. Give me 2 seconds, Neoshido, and I will get you the name. But it's a really good pitch. And what they do is each video they put out usually focuses on one little bit of the game. But you don't need to have seen any other trailers or assets to be able to understand it. Just getting you the name of it just a second. So that works really well. With the personality-driven marketing, by which I mean like, you know, the Zalavirian style. And personality doesn't mean you need to be like a style personality, but like your marketing is led by an person talking about your game. That can also work. What I will say is that most TikTok accounts desperately try and do like a trend follow, which is fine, but understanding that trend chasing very rarely gets a good return on investment like creating original stuff. Now the flip side is that like if you're building a social media campaign, you're always gaining followers. if you're, putting out trailers and videos, it's easier to judge how those will do. TikTok and short form video content has no rhyme or reason. So what you have to do is you're basically buying scratch cards when it comes to like TikTok marketing. Each video has the possibility of going viral, has the possibility of going everywhere, and so each video should reference the game and should show something, either of you as the creator or of the game as the thing. Okay, that's that fucking game. The problem with me in my life is that my wish list is so many. Darn it. Too many games. Too many games. I outsource my video game memory to my wish list, you see. Because if I tried to keep all of it in my noggin all the time, I'd fucking die. And now I'm just like, oh, I can't wait for The King is Watching. You play a paranoid ruler in a tiny management sim. So Happy Pie, I'm going to poke your brain with a thought. Ooh, let's get poking. Imagine there's a game halfway through development and it's time to think of marketing strategies. What are your thoughts about adding new mechanics with the sole purpose of having a streamer and its viewers in a way that interacts with the game? Thinking of it as marketing budget development. Okay. That's the point where you need to start thinking about it like a budget, right? So if your game is halfway through, that means you know roughly how long it's going to take you to finish the rest of the game, right? So if you work out roughly how many dev hours in a week, how many dev weeks that you have left, then look at the feature you would put in and see the cost of it. Like, that would be the way to equate it. Because, like, adding Twitch support, Twitch integration stuff, it's one of those, like, how long's a piece of string? You can add super basic, like, scrapers and things like that, which is really fucking cool. You'll notice I'm still scrolling and I have not found the game. Alright, I'll just keep scrolling for a sec just in case it pops up, but I might have to find the name for you later, Neo Shadow. So Happy Pie, that's how I'd look at that, because, like, implementation is not zero, right? You could stay up late in the evenings and add these additional features, but again, that's something that comes at a cost. That's not free. Even if it's just, like, the physical cost of it. I wanna hand that home before we say, like, fuck yeah, go for it. In terms of adding features that will work, it's kind of like the pendulum. It either needs to be incredibly harmonious with the game or drastically out of place, right? So assuming that your game didn't already have Twitch integration planned into its development, it either needs to resonate with the game or be fucking weird. For example, and I'm sorry I keep using Zalavir, but again, Zalavir just keeps being a really, really good example that you all understand. With Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator, they added Connect support. Now, playing that game on Connect is fucking hard. It is not good or easy. But... and yeah, I'm going to have to find that game name for you later, Neo Shadow. I'm so sorry. But the Connect feature is something that journos could talk about, that content creators could talk about, right? Click holding has Twitch integration, which is fucking weird for a game where a guy with a gun just watches you click weirdly. We will be streaming that after PAX, just so long as you're aware. With games like... Oh god, it's not Wave Break. Fucking hell, I'm a bad friend. BYO Battleship. Waves of Steel. With Waves of Steel, that game had... I mean, admittedly, it was crowd control integration, but let's call it Twitch integration, right? That fit really, really well. However, whether or not that feature and functionality could be considered something that was beneficial at launch, I don't know. And Neo Stowe, let us not forget, Cult of the Lamb's Twitch integration was fucked at launch. You know, one of the reasons why we didn't jump into it. Now, thankfully, Cult of the Lamb ended up being a very good game. But this is one of the important things that when we're talking about this, we have to look at the external comms. We have to look at how it all came together. Because a great game can succeed in the face of shitty marketing. But that doesn't mean the marketing wasn't shit. Right? Like, Cult of the Lamb's Twitch integration was a disaster at launch. And we have to acknowledge that. Kedar was asking, how long into a dev cycle should a dev start marketing? Ideally, you start marketing a year before launch. Ideally. If your studio has previous launches, if you already have an audience or a fan base and a following, I'm going to treat myself to a little bit of health. Just a little bit more. I think I'd... Wait, did I beat the ice flatworm around here? I can't remember. Oh, I didn't do the consecrated snowfields. Oh, and Yal Annex. That's where that's where Skeletor's anal beads are. Alright, I'll do the snowfields while we're nattering. Sorry, my brain was going off in 3 different directions. Coming back. Well, Verdant, at some point today, we've got to go back and start. I've got to start getting my my arse in gear. I've got some people to fight. Yeti, we did turn off the Twitch feature, which lets people randomly bundle into your stream or like knock on them. Like, no hate to anybody, but... Wait, did we clear this dungeon already? I feel like we fought a bunch of... Yeah, no, we cleared this dungeon, didn't we? Did I forget to mark it off the map? Yeah. Oh, beans. And I will be turning off the one that lets people upload clips to their Twitch, to their TikTok and YouTube, because like I can't think of a situation where that isn't going to be used for abuse and piss taking. But like Yeti, thank you for asking. Twitch is doing a lot of odd things behind the scenes right now, and it does make me worry some days. But it only makes me worry because right now this is still the best place to hang out and natter with you lot. And actually be able to make a living doing it, so... Anyway, jumping back. So Happy Pie... Oh, actually, the other thing about the Cult of the Lamb Twitch integration was that it was very complicated. It used external plugins as well, rather than just being the title connecting to Twitch chat and things like that. So again, this is like how complex or how simple you make Twitch integration or like Twitch functioning features is very much up to you. But I wouldn't recommend anything that's going to take up, weeks of your life. There's also the possibility of doing like a post-launch hit. See, I promise I won't go down this topic too far because you've had to hear about it so much from me, and I'm so sorry. I love talking about it because it's something that I realized around about like 2011, 2012. But so live service games are currently a faux pas, but that predominantly means games that are like always online, predominantly PvP, and their business model centers around season passes and cosmetics, right? However, live service games as a way of developing games is this idea that your game is always being developed, it is always being worked on. So like No Man's Sky is a great example of a live service development game. Some people call them living games or evolving games, but those are a little too wanky for my liking. What you can do, Happy Pie, is if you consider launch to be not the end of development, but a stepping stone in it, well then you can start looking at post-release features. And Twitch integration as that is a really good second hit. So you make a good game. The game releases, you're happy with where it's at, but due to the mystical fucking forces of the universe, it hasn't gotten traction. People don't know about it, hasn't been picked up. So then you can start adding some fucking weird and wild shit to see if it does. Like, Twitch integration is a nice, clear one. I wouldn't call it easy, because no feature implementation is easy in video games, but if you tell people, we added Twitch integration into our game, they understand what that means, even they don't know what that implementation is going to look like. Right? Do you get me? So that means it is something you can do as a post-release hit. So if there is a way that you can make it really integrate, or really discombobulate after launch, because honestly, Cult of the Lamb, the features wasn't working for a good few days after launch. It should have just been a post-release feature. It didn't need it at launch. And it was definitely an example of a team kind of killing themselves for a feature that wasn't super necessary. You know what? I might go back to the old War Dead catacombs and practice my sword work. That's why we're having a little now. Yes! Twitch integration is simple for marketing. But yeah, so Ketterall, in terms of a marketing campaign, you want to start a year out from release. And the big things to factor in are the Christmas reset and post-release marketing. Because here's the thing. Marketing a video game fucking sucks. It can be fun if you plan it ahead and if you find the groove and if you start having fun with it. But ultimately, marketing your video game is like getting out of bed in the morning when you're hungover and having to walk into a crowded room and go, Hey, I'm great and cool. When all you want to do is just sit in your bed and not have to fucking deal. After you release the game, you kind of will hit upon this point where you know you need to keep telling people about the game. The marketing isn't done, but the game is out. So what do you say? What do you do? What do you talk about? And if you find yourself in that situation where you're desperately scrambling for things to talk about, God, it comes across in your assets as just fucking desperate. All right. Now, if you want a really, really good example of post-launch marketing and fun things, Aggro Crab. Aggro Crab fucking gets it. Oh man, I didn't have Dragonfly until I came down here. honesty, I think I'm going to have to bite the bullet and start my Melania training again. I think. Like, I could work on leveling up a little bit. I'm happy with my build. And I'm not going to... I'm not going to change up my life just because I'm getting bullied by a giant woman. No matter how awesome she... Ow! Buddy. No matter how awesome she is. Better to be loved... What is it? Better to be hated for what you are than loved for what you're not. So Neosto, what do you think is the most interesting marketing campaign you've seen? Ooh, see, I love it when you ask me these questions. Because, like, I do geek out on other people's marketing campaigns. Like, even, like I've said, for games that I don't necessarily like the game, I'll give them props if the marketing slaps. Most interesting, obviously, I fucking love ARGs. You know, so basically anything that Alison Smith has had a hand in. Miyaki Sakura, I've not beaten Melania. I've managed to get past phase 1. That was quite the surprise in the last battle. I absolutely love Youngblood and how they do their stuff. Again, that's quite a personality-driven thing, because Dave Oshry's got a good command of the ridiculous when it comes to being on camera. And their company slogan being, "We hate money," lends itself very well to some ridiculousness. Oh, man. And Lizzie, like, you're only, like, a few days younger than me as well, which I always forget. Like, every fucking year. So wild. Okay. Yeah, I need to start training. It's the only way. It's the only way we're gonna get through this. Even if I'm not doing amazing, I can just get my ass handed to me a few times. Well, unless any of you want to help me kick the shit out of this, whatchamacallit, the great big monster at the bottom here. But no, some of them will come to me, like, in terms of, like, marketing campaigns that I really, really enjoyed. I'm trying to think of ones that are, like, things that we could do if we wanted to, you know what I mean? Because here's the thing, I love what Devolver Digital were doing for a while, and they're not bad now, it's just... There are two kinds of children in the Devolver Digital family, those they love and those they don't, and when you can tell which ones they love and which ones they don't, it feels a bit gross. Because you're like, oh, come on, homies. You're the ones who signed this game. God damn it, bud. Birthday present sucks. Oh, it's a birthday present for Lizzie. Alright. Fuck it. Alright, that makes sense. I don't have to like it, but it makes sense. Bullying me. This is mean. All I want to do is fight a giant red-headed woman, but no, everyone's got to pick on Will. Amateur! So mean. So mean. Anyway. But yeah, no, I'm focusing predominantly on companies that have things that we could emulate. Because here's the thing, it's like... you can't do Keanu Reeves on Xbox stage marketing. I mean, fuck it, maybe you can. I've never spoken to Keanu Reeves. Maybe he'll be fucking cool. I found out recently that he wrote a book with one of my favourite authors, and he's done 4 graphic novels. So, fuck it. What the fuck do I know? But it's more the point of, I prefer to focus on things that we can either learn from or we can emulate, right? You know, if you want to talk about one of my favourite marketing assets, it's still the newer Hitman, I think it was for Hitman 2, of the new trilogy that became World of Assassinations, where they got this company who were doing this really fucking clever marketing shit. TLDR, for those of you who remember Chat Roulette, they went massively viral for the company that made this asset. Just quickly, an asset is either a video, a screenshot, or a something as part of a marketing campaign. Because you don't say, you know, we released a video, because the asset might be to promote a video. Did you get me? Okay. Anyway. This one company became massively successful because they made this thing in Chat Roulette where people would log in and would end up playing as Doom Guy in this like Nerf zombie apocalypse. And it was really cool. So they hired the same company to do like an IRL Hitman where there was actually a person being given instructions by like journos and famous people, and brilliantly for the Brits amongst you, the fucking Chuckle Brothers, which was phenomenal. And they would walk Agent 47 through this actual mansion and do these like fake kills and shit. Like, that was fucking incredible. There was also the one that I'm still sad I missed, which was for Sniper Elite 4, I want to say, where they actually let people shoot those like zombie go boom ballistic gel torsos with high-powered rifles. I wanted to do that. It would be good to do that. Grumble, grumble. But it's also worth noting that not all of those kinds of like marketing events go down great. I didn't see anyone post about the getting to drive a fucking mech for the Armored Core press event. The one that I was so desperate to go to. Yeah, Unholy Glee, Outside Xbox did it was really fucking good. The same team actually did the cutest thing, which was an IRL Zelda experience during lockdown, where you controlled like a little GoPro. You controlled a little GoPro on a little remote-controlled car, and as you went into buildings, it would cut to a green screen where people would pretend to be the NPCs. It was so cool. Yeah, DJ Coil, sometimes you get the Overwatch Ubers at PAX East getting into accidents. That was very funny. Or, God, one of the Eldrazi sets for Magic the Gathering that had a huge statue outside PAX with a crushed cop car. It's great. Man, Magic used to do some really good marketing events. For one of them, they did like a street fair where there was like blacksmithing and whitesmithing and like crafting and shit. So cool. But as awesome as those are not cost effective for you, right? Now, if you are already going to an event and you have massive budget to spend and you already have groundswell, think of it like weapons in Monster Hunter, right? You know how you have the varying colors as your blade gets sharper and sharper, right? That's how you need to think about marketing. But the problem is the cost is inverse, right? That to get that extra little hint of sharpness at the end of your ultra greatsword, you actually have to spend a squillion more than you did for the basic. In marketing, to get that extra little bump at the end of a really successful campaign, you need to do something really spectacular. And if you've already got a successful campaign, then holy shit, the effect can be multiplicative. But just doing one of those without doing the steps leading up to it, you burn a lot of cash. And what happens is, people get confused, they don't understand where it's coming from. So, that's, again, I love talking about these great big stunts and these fun things, but it's important to remember when it's applicable. Also, does anyone want to help me murder stuff down here? before I go on to my Millennia training exercise? So yeah, so I guess this is for kind of for I said Keldra there. For the question earlier about like when to start marketing your game, like I said, about a year in advance. And the first thing to decide is your tone of voice. How are you going to talk about this game? And I know it seems like such an asinine way of doing it, but believe me, it will help so much. And what that is how are you going to talk about this game with the rest of the public? Are you personally going to sit in front of a camera and go, hey, look at my game where this tiny pineapple does extreme acts of violence? Are you going to just create assets based around our entire like violent little pineapple baby and what he gets up to? Are we just going to talk about the creation of the game? Are we going to have a spokesperson? Are we going to come at this like a creator, or as a company, as an entity? Are we going to do all our comms in universe from the point of view of the fucking pineapple? Like these kinds of things. You don't have to stick with them with a hard and fast rule, but once you have that tone of voice locked, oh my god, it makes your life so much easier. I cannot recommend that one enough. Oh, actually, sorry, Neo Shadow, that was a really good point. Yeah, that's something that I've thought about a lot, that Devolver are insanely picky about who they sign, which games they sign that they're going to promote. And they still treat some of their games like they're second-class citizens. Gee, how many souls have I got? Seems wasteful to throw away 65k. I need like 150 to level, so I'm only about halfway there. I'm looking to see if there's anything else. Oh, there we go. I'll do the Dragon Barrow Cave. I haven't done that one. We'll do that while we're chatting. But it's just worth pointing out that like the Overwatch Ubers and things like that are closer to marketing stunts, because they're great for all people in attendance and they can create kind of like a little bit of a buzz, a word of mouth. But they're so nichely tied to the people who are there that it doesn't really give you or give others a chance to get involved. Oh no, we did do this one! Fuck! I'm gonna start marking these off better. Let's the great big bear into the nonsense. It was a hell of a fight. So things keep dying on me randomly, and it's very funny. Alright, what was this one? Cathedral of Forsaken. Alright, Windheim Catacombs. We'll go for that one. Yeah, feel free to ask me some more specific questions, because I feel like my plague-addled brain is kind of careening onto just the next random thought. You know, marketing video games is difficult and it is hard. And having to do it whilst also making a whole ass video game is a huge undertaking. So, like, when planning a marketing campaign, planning it in such a way that it's not going to fucking kill you is so vital. cannot state enough how what you want to do is create something that you can produce and is sustainable. It's good to be overpowered for a little bit. I'll go back to getting my ass kicked later, but for now, I get to feel that it's like to not be terrible at this. Verdon says, what exactly does sustainable mean in this context? Something that you can produce without fucking dying. See, I am very unhealthy when it comes to how I work. You know, Craig and I, we did Rally Point whilst also being community managers. And while I was eventually given Rally Point as my full-time job, like, during the run-up to Rome 2, so, like, all through, like, so yeah, we started doing Rally Point before Fall of the Samurai. So, we were doing a YouTube show once a month alongside our full-time jobs. And as we got closer and closer to launch of Rome 2, Rally Point was doing really well. Like, we were staying up until 1, 2 o'clock in the morning at work, finishing and rendering these videos that were becoming like a big main staple. That was an unsustainable amount of work. Like, you as a dev could say, I'm gonna live stream my game development 5 days a week. That is a lot of streaming, and if you don't already have, if it isn't already a skill that you've learned, it's very draining. Like, agreeing to do a TikTok a day might be more than you have bandwidth for. That's what I mean in terms of sustainable. Because it's one of those things that, like, you might do it for a week or two and be like, oh, I'm fine. And then, 6 months in, you're fucking dying. Or, so things like committing to external messaging as well that is unsustainable. Sorry, let me just burn these hoses. So it's like not saying, I'm going to do a fucking art drop every week. I'm going to do an art drop every week. When you don't have that much in the way of... Oi, Blobby, down here. Bees! Bees versus the blob. And Velo, Watto and welcome. Not entirely sure what you mean, but I hope you're doing very well, friend. Okay. Fuck off. Okay, there we go. And Lizzie, thank you for handling that. Somebody wants a hug. No. No! No, buddy! Bad zombie. Bad zombie. Stay away from my sandwich. Bees? So yeah, so Vernflow, that's what I mean by sustainable. It's like, what can you create that's not going to fucking kill yourself? Now, again, this is one of those times where I'd love to have, like, Nick available as well to talk about, you know, the reason why people go so far as to actually pay to have marketing individuals is so they don't have to basically kill themselves handling everything ever for all time. Because again, there's always more you can be doing. And much like the ever-sharpening blade, you do get to the point where you're having a diminishing return on an investment. Did someone say bees? Bees. Okay, that was embarrassing for everybody involved. Thankfully, no one saw. No one saw. Well, so, Verdant, that kind of comes into pipeline. So, if we're being really, really smart about it, like if we have a proper campaign, like, hi, I'm your marketing guy. So, you bring me on board, and I would totter off into my little cave, and I'd be a lot of banging sounds, a lot of welding noises, and I'd totter back, and I would present you with my marketing campaign, my plan. And it would say, hey, I'd like to request key art by this point. I'd like to request, you know, these screenshots for this time because we're going to be doing this event. I'd like to request videos here, here, and here. And these are the themes of what I'd like to do. This is a general overview of what I'm going to be doing marketing-wise. Like, so, in theory, either you or production would be able to build into the pipeline that these are things that need to happen, right? And then you can tweak it back and forth as things go along. But that's the theory, right? Ideally, in this day and age, unless you're in a big, big team, you know, you'd hire someone like me. Someone who is multi... Ow, ow, ow! Shot me in the bum. Someone who is multi... I am talking! It's multi-skilled. So, like, I can kind of sort of do TikToks. You know, I'm not as good as other people in the field, but I can do them. But what I can also do, I can do fucking live streams out wazoo. I can produce, like, YouTube tier content very quickly. And I have no qualms in putting myself forward as, like, as a person when it comes to a marketing campaign, right? Just waiting for something to fucking jump me. Oh no, we're good, okay. The Lightning Scorpion Charm, eh? What's that do? Raises lightning attack, but lowers damage negation. Ah! Not what I was hoping for! Carried by assassins who strike unseen. Ooh, fancy. I don't know why I said it like that. Oh shit, so I found another make your potion explode potion. I love it. Oh, Velo, Gamescom. Yes. I haven't gotten too much out of Gamescom knowledge at the moment. Except for Keighley was charging $100,000 for people to have their trailer in the Gamescom Keighley Spectacular. Ow. Bees? Gamescom is such a massive event that it's hard to get like a sense of it. Most of my homies are now at the point in their careers where they go home before it gets big. But to put into context, Gamescom was 334,000 people. Oh, I'm not dying to you great big dingus. Just so long as you understand, like, that's how big Gamescom is. Oh, I know, DJ, enjoy your Gundam building. honestly, I need to shake the cobwebs off from being sick, and then I need to stop being a coward and deal with my tall wife. I mean, Melania. I enjoy my tall wife. Buddy! Nah, legend. Relax. Take a weight off, friend. You have survived work. You've done it. You did it. DJ Crow. I'm telling Ronnie! Shit. I'm rumbled. Ow.
Good news, got 9 hours of sleep. Bad news, woke up at 5 AM. Good news, at steak for lunch. Bad news, food coma in chair.
Oh god. Okay, homie, you gotta sort your shit out. Because it's getting to like self-inflicted wounds territory. If you sleep for 9 hours, but you wake up at 5, brilliant. That means you stay up until 10. That's teeing you up to get your stuff together. You know, back in the day, we used to have this thing that we used to call white guy insomnia, which predominantly referred to people who would huff energy drinks all night and then complain they couldn't sleep. But like, after a certain point, you gotta bring the thunder. Sorry, thank you so much for the bits, and I hope you're doing good. Like, but PAX Week is coming. As a friend of mine would say, like, there's a certain point where it reaches, like, self-sabotage levels. There's definitely a way through there, but I'm not fast enough to try and find it. But glad that you're doing better than last week. Alright. Thank you for the bits, and glad to hear you're doing better. I had so little faith in myself, I even sent this like back up to find stuff. Is Ronnie coming back? Do I need to apologise? Zappy. Shit, what were we talking about prior? Oh, Gamescom. Just, yeah, I still haven't gotten anything as a resounding Gamescom was a success, but it's so massive. It is interesting that Keighley kind of succeeded in creating yet another, like, middle of the summer event to charge people on. Because Gamescom was always about, like, talking to, like, European markets. So I do find the whole thing fascinating. And what is funny is every time somebody hits up Gamescom for the first time and they're like, what do you mean Farming Simulator is huge? And you're like, it is bigger than you've ever known. Before you ask, yes, I am bringing the puppies. Sorry, puppies! When your one hit does that much. here. Fuck it. Hey! First time every time. Ooh, a glovewort picker's ball bearing. Oh, lovely. Another bell to buy some stuff from.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
And I don't know why the alerts are so quiet. This is a new thing.
What ho Vikings? How goes sword therapy?
I swear, ever since that fucking game yesterday, sword therapy is going lovely. I'm about to have to kind of buck up and start tackling the boss that we need to. The Millennia time is at hand.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Hey!
Time flies, doesn't it? Well, here is to 23 more with more sword therapy.
Yay! Oh. I just keep thinking about how much I'm going to miss this game when we finish it. Good times, good times. No, but seriously, Lyris and Air, thank you both. And true, we had a double dragon situation.
A new player enters the ring. Please don't make me solo her.
Please don't make me solo her. Oh. I've got her, Legend. I've got her. Like, it doesn't matter what other fights in this I bring friends on for. It doesn't matter how much we weaponize the power of the longship to defeat bosses. I have to solo her. And yeah, Lyris, the windows were gone was so powerful. I actually think that game could have stood to have been a little bit longer, but the fact that all the things you put out in the apartment stay there, just fucking brilliant. Sorry, and Legend, thank you for the bits. Lyris, I mean, how many maps was that? 43, Air Dragon with 23. Fucking yo, thank you. The fact that you're all here to watch me get the fuck kicked out of me by a gigantic redhead and talk about how video game marketing can be done. I love that. Because the thing is, everybody either... Video game marketing is one of those things that only really gets discussed when things get shit up. Because users look upon marketing as part of the whole experience when it's going well. And when it's going poorly, it is the villain blamed for great ills. And look, of all the different departments in video games, the marketing is the most likely to contain people from other industries. You know, there's a reason they tend to be the biggest pile of wankers. Not always, but they... If you had to point to a group where the most wankers are, it's like C-suite marketing. And I really do think that... I do think that non-twattish marketing is the way to go. Shocking, I know. I do think that you can make campaigns where you think about it as part of the game, where you think about the people playing your games first and go from there. That was always my philosophy. But I also have to put my hand up and say that I've not been able to do a campaign to prove it. Like, I call myself shamanistic rather than like a studied professor of this stuff because it's all theory. I never got to do it. I've just been sitting here in my coat made of moss, eating weird mushrooms and talking about how, community-focused marketing is the future. But yeah, so Happy Pie had another brain poke. I like the question. We basically have two different gamer target groups. Actually, no, it's fucking loads, but first group being PC and console, and the second group being mobile phone gamers. So, Happy Pie, that is a very old way of looking at it gaming-wise, and honestly, you just need to look at the Cozy Revolution to see that that's not the demographic. See, mobile games predominantly aren't marketed to people who are within what I call the gaming sphere, right? Whether you're just, casually playing the games that you enjoy, or whether you're like us at the fucking nucleus center of this, where we engage with not only the art, but also the industry and the everything. the kind of people that play a lot of mobile phone games are individuals that are looking more for entertainment. You know, people that may have nerded in the past but are not involved in games media or the game sphere in any way, shape, or form. You know, that's where your parents are playing their video games. PC and console, again, the closer you get to the nucleus, the closer that marketing needs to discuss and will be affected by discussions around the title. You know, there are a lot of different demographics. And finding out which demographics you should be aiming for and which ones you could be aiming for is a big part of marketing. Okay, DJ Coil, that's fair, but ultimately the people that engage in mobile phone games the most are not engaged with the main sphere. And I understand that when you start talking about the Hoyoverse stuff, it can be tempting to bundle it in. But again, like, the Hoyoverse titles aren't the exception. Aren't the rule, they are the exception. See, this is where it's always kind of difficult to start. Okay. Fortnite is a phenomenon. Fortnite needs to be considered in the same vein as like Minecraft and things like that. Roblox rose to prominence by running on every machine possible, including mobile. Roblox has become visible in recent years due to a lot of negative press, deservedly so, and because of its success with mobile port. But Roblox was already everywhere before it was on mobile. And the fact that it was largely missed and ignored was because, like, if you didn't have kids, you wouldn't have known. Angel Kalina, Watto, and welcome. And yeah, just getting in as many streams as possible before PAX consumes everything. Trying to make up for being sick and that. Well, no, DJ Coil, your mistake, and that is looking at mobile gamers as a demographic. There are demographics that play mobile games, but mobile gamers are not a demographic. And that's where a lot of people fall down. Looking at different regions and how they engage in titles, that is important. Oh yeah. Sometimes you lot are exhausting. Miyagi Sakura, Hoyo also has big money, but Hoyo's not the biggest contender in the space. Like, what fucking PUBG Mobile does. Like, actually, I haven't checked the fucking mobile rankings this time, but it's fucking scary. And Velo, Roblox is an insidious child factory that turns kids' dreams into money. It is a Dickensian workhouse of villainous proportions. But we have to acknowledge it, because one of the reasons why Roblox was able to rise to such prominence was because they didn't spend time in the same spaces as everybody else. You know, they were fighting against IMVU and won. Like, that's where they were. And the rest of the industry were completely unawares of it. It's also why it was so funny with the whole, like, oh, we're gonna talk about the metaverse! They were talking about a dead concept well before it had happened, due to the fact that that whole kind of everything space had been conquered, and not in a good way. Yeah, and Unholy Glee, that was a lot of people's first wake up to the existence of Roblox. But again, see, the thing is, Roblox's client was super lightweight. That shit ran on library computers, school computers. Like, its goal was just to be everywhere. And yes, and your gas was flabbered. Well, so DJ Coil, Roblox was going up against other, like, quasi-game social media sites, and won, essentially. It was fighting in an arena that the gaming space didn't even acknowledge existed. You know, there's an alternate dimension where either, like, Gaia Online or IMVU or one of the other, like, big, you know, child money extorters, Club Penguin, one of those became, like, the everything game. Neopets. God, the Neopet story still makes me... Sorry, I'm going to check out whatever the hell the Cathedral of the Forsaken is, because I left a skull over it, which usually means there's a fight to be had. Oh, no, this is the underground jumping puzzle. Sorry! Never mind! I think I did the hero's grave? There's usually the little door means that there's a... Oh, here we go. Whatever this was. Okay. What the fuck? Fucking jump scares. Listen, bastards. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. There we go. Fucking jump scared me. Ooh. Golden Epitaph. That looks like a fucking cool sword. Let's check it out. A sword made to commemorate the death of Godwyn the Golden. First the demigods to die, infused with the humble prayer of a young boy. Oh, brother! Lord brother! Please die! A true death. That's pretty fucking cool. Now, did we go down here? I recognize this yet. Oh, I think this was one of the, yeah, this is one of the hero tombs I haven't done yet. Can't wait to see what fucking traps this shit throws at me. Big summon, big horse. You a mean bastard. Oh, fuck off, guys. Ah! Careful. Okay. Don't get me. Oh, come on! How are there fucking two of you? We're supposed to stand on the bridge. Well, Evil Geek, you're in luck.
Will, get off the I-90 freeway.
And Will did. Violently and without rest. Fucking hell. I don't think there's... Yeah, there's nowhere to drop down to there. That's just a big old death gap. Ah! Next contestant, please! Not like this. I assume we've got to kind of go down here. Whatever that item is, it'll have to wait for another time. Ah, left me fucking souls up there, fucking didn't I? That's a lot of souls I don't have right now. There we go. Fumigate the place. Actually, one thing I did want to say just before we cap off the conversation about demographics and stuff is the Hoyoverse shit is probably going to be something that we're going to see a lot more of. And I'm not saying those games are shit, more just thinking about Mobage not as either a primary or a side project, but as part of the launch. Like that's something we're going to be seeing for a good long while. Skeleton, no! Whew. I think a lot of the other players in the space who have probably been sitting around wondering, how can we make big money again? We used to be massive. Now we'll... Lie, that felt fun, personally. I'll just drink everything I've fucking got, don't even worry about it. I'm fucking shitting me right now. Fuck. Ha-ha! The crow call of victory! I'm not dead! And everything's rumbling! Jesus Christ. I don't want to hear Indiana Jones fucking whinge about another fucking tomb ever again. Oh no, my tomb has some snakes in it. I'll fucking trade you, you melodramatic Midwest shite. Sorry. I don't know where that came from. Actually, I think Indy's... think that's where I'm supposed to go. But let's take a break and kill this guy. Do-do-do-do. Lizzie's asking how I feel about the shark tomb. Thanks, I hate it. I'm not gaining a lot of souls for how many I'm risking in this fucking endeavor. Indiana Jones apparently taught in Connecticut. There we go. But no, I just wanted to add that the Hoyoverse formula has worked very, very well for them. Even though the IPs aren't connected technically, it's just connected by the dev. So I would not be surprised to see that as a model we're going to see a few times moving forward. By which I mean, like, creating a title that can be played on PlayStation, PC, and Mobage simultaneously. The core loop is based on an existing gameplay style, but ultimately the business model is still Mobage. See, the thing we were talking about yesterday about, like, studying film adaptations and trends, I do think is a fascinating thing always to talk about, but with video games, it's really interesting because, you know, business emulating business is a thing that happens everywhere. Like, that's not unique to our industry or, of course, the torso. So it's not unique to our industry, right? But the difference is that the timing is skew-if, because if it takes a minimum of 3 years to make a large game project, say a minimum, that means that a big spike in interest in a certain kind of business model or a certain style, then splash cut 3 years later is when you'll see everyone else trying to rush to the same market. Well, yeah, so MDH, you're not wrong. It's just the thing that's important is that understanding that, especially in regions like China and places where people don't predominantly have their own consoles and their own PCs, is having something that you can play on your mobile and then go to a cafe and play, like, the fancier version. It's kind of appealing, you know? Well, I don't know what that noise was, but it sounded bad. Oh yeah, no, sorry. Hoyo are Genshin, Zenless Zone Zero, and Honkai Star Rail. Well, so Velo, that's... I mean, for a time, the mobile gaming space was a repeatable business model. Now, that place is so saturated and so solidified. It's not necessarily that users become more savvy, it's more the case of, by this point, users are playing the Mobage that they want to. And because they have already spent money in those spaces, because they're already there, they're not going to buy another one. To the Gravity Queen! Otto and welcome. The true ruler of Dark Souls. Fucking Gravity. Hello, baby boy. Have you come to acknowledge the royalty that graces us? I'm sorry to report, I do not think Amos the dog has come to welcome you. I'm sorry. How are you doing, Watto, and welcome? How was your stream? Well, so Burden Flow, and the other element in the press, rinse, repeat is an existing IP. Like, God. one of the things that's been really fascinating is, so while Fiona was sick, Fiona was rewatching Game of Thrones, like the whole ass fucking series. As an aside, they finished season 8 again last night, and we both had to relive how fucking bad that ending is. But that's not the point.
I had to relive how fucking bad it is. You had to relive my emotions.
I was about to say, you made it both of our problem.
I did.
But one of the things that's really interesting is that alongside the new show, which is House of Dragon, which is season 1, if you can survive it, season 2 is a lot of fun. Anyway, but one of the things that's really interesting is that they are aggressively pushing the Game of Thrones-esque... It's not really based around any part of it, but the mobile phone game. And in this instant, what's really fascinating is how they've already secured all of the likeness rights for all of the actors for this one. Which is something that, especially when Game of Thrones was huge, was not commonplace. Nope. Ow! Me noggin! How the fuck am I supposed to get away? There's no gap. Oh, okay, there is a gap up there. Right, I see it. I'm using my brain! I cannot see a way to get down there. Why do I feel like I just fucked up? I really think I've fucked up here. Attacking required ahead. Let's see, ahead. Hold up. Usually. Yes. See if this does anything. There's always a skeleton! Okay, but yeah, so Gravity Queen, I hope you had a lovely stream. Tell me your tales. We've been talking about video game marketing today in a lot of different ways. We started by talking about how marketing affects how people perceive games, and we didn't really finish that thread. Please! I'll take it. My bones are a little broken, but it still fucking counts. Bless you. Oh yeah, sorry, Velo, I didn't point it out. Yeah, so DevCon is kind of like a dev-only event that takes place alongside Gamescom, which is integrated with, but separate from the Gamescom business area. It's all very confusing. But in one of them you get a free panini. Okay. This feels like the exit. Or that is literally the exit. Let's see what's down this way. ogre. I'm so sorry. Stinky breather! Not gonna lie, I felt a little bit guilty about that. Okay, and he was guarding the Crucible Feather Talisman. Let's have a look. A talisman fashioned from feathers that embody the aspect of various creatures, said to have grown on the human body long ago. Improves effectiveness of dodge rolls, but increases damage taken at all times. That doesn't sound good. A vestige of the Crucible of Primordial Life, born partially of devotion, it was considered a signifier of the divine in ancient times, but is now increasingly disdained as an impurity. Ah, racism! Just what I was hoping for. Verdon's like, you know, Will, you were just saying this game could use more racism. I was saying, man, if there's one critique I have of Elden Ring, it's not racist enough. Fuck. Sorry, I have to grab some more water in just a second. Head's all bunged up today, but I think, well, once I get my souls back, I think we can kind of start the training montage against Melania again. How would I rate Elden Ring on the colonial scale? As much as I want to mock the shit out of it, I would definitely say that I need to know the lore a little bit better to know who's the villains. Wait, why am I back here? Why are you a skeleton? I don't like this place anymore. Where's that? Okay, where's that item that lets me just fucking go home? Where is it? Where's that fucking branch? And Legend, I'm trying, you know. It's that classic thing of, like I said, when you... I don't want to do memory grace. The skeletons are your allies, huh? It all comes together. Lyris, thank you for filling Pine Glass. Bacon, thank you for filling. Well, Bacon, thank you for emptying it. Lyris, thank you for filling it. Thank you. Apologies. Wonderful. I love it. Riddle me piss, friends! I bloody cracked it. I've only gone and bloody cracked it, haven't I? Bad skeleton. Bad skeleton. Bad skeleton! Another exciting episode of Riddle Me Piss. Okay. So I tell you what, friends, if you have any more questions about marketing-y stuff, we'll mop this up, I'll get me leftover souls, and then we'll hit... Sorry about that. Yeah, no, if you have any thoughts, feelings, or questions, please do ask away. Poor cow. Whatever beast we must face beyond these walls. It's gonna get dogs and stinky breath who. Oh, piss. Alright, definitely dogs. First time dealing with you, mate. Okay, you changed your timings. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. That's one. Handle this guy without having to heal too much. Of course I can. Stinky brother! My puppies can smell your fear. Bite his butt! Bite his butt! On his butt, puppies. Haha! First time, every time. Ooh! The Order of his great swords, crucible axe, helm, armor, gauntlets, greaves. Oh, lovely! That's right, good. I will return to the entrance, and now I'm gonna get my fucking souls back.
That's enough. That's enough. Amos, leave it.
Okay. So I think I've faffed as hard as I can faff. All that's really left to us now is to continue the impossible climb. My own personal getting over it with Bennett Foddy. Okay. True, it is not impossible to faff harder. but I definitely need some good banterific conversations to be able to pull it off, you know? No. Bad horse. I think those could work, Bird and Flow, like a combination of, yeah, the little songs it plays and getting over it when you die, combining... Oh, shit. I died and I didn't add it to the calendar. Oh, I didn't check the stories for these ones. Great Greaves. The Crucible Knights just said Godfrey the First. Hold the power of the Crucible of Life, primordial, the Erd Tree, strength and aspect. Ooh. In Trime, the strength shown by these knights and even their apprentices was seen as chaotic and deserving of scorn. Ha! Big same, friend, big same. Worn by Knight Ordovis and his men. The axe helm. This axe ornamentation is the Knight Ordovis's mask, displayed also by his men. And then here was his fancy sword. The sword is imbued with an ancient holy essence. Its red tint exemplifies the nature of the primordial gods and is said to be close to nature itself. Oh, and his special move is he can spin around a lot. That must be right good for him. Alright, so we've got to nip back to the round hold. I need to get some more water. I might even pop the kettle on, actually. And then let's continue the training montage. I can't see us, like, kicking Melania's ass this evening, but... Oh, right, and I was going to level up once. But... Quasi, I think your grind is far, far worse, friend. I respect it, but you go where I cannot follow. And I guess the extra vigor does... It's just, as we get ever closer to being able to do 69 strength, nice. Well, fine. 150... I finally put some points into healing. I'm a complete lunatic. I shall pass them the bell. And a different bell. And, okay, so we can buy... Ghost Globe Wall right up until 9, which is very handy. Take my hand. I mean, Quasi, you're just giving me flashbacks to Phantasy Star Online. When I was really kind of in a little bit of a funk during the plague, I was actually watching some speedruns of Phantasy Star Online, specifically episode 1 and 2 in the GameCube, just as a reminder of that whole thing.
Well,
and like,
where have you been?
I still remember grinding for the fucking custom grenade launcher.
No matter, it's all the same. Lay out your arms then.
I don't think... I think I've got too much that needs strengthening. I mean, the pulley bow was doing us real good for a bit, but that was just to annoy that one dinosaur into chucking himself off a cliff, which is very funny. I didn't actually see how cool the... Yeah. Okay, so this was actually something that we could wield. It's kind of cool. Oh, it's so little! It's like a little baby sword for babies. A little tiny sword for babies. See, Neo Shadow, I'm not against leveling health, but there's a lot of times when people will say stuff like, oh, well, you're not going to be able to get that far if you don't level health. And my old gaming stubborn ass is like, bet. Fucking bet. I'll show you stubborn. Yeah, if you don't get hit, you can't die. Job's a good one. Okay. But yeah, so we realised all of these spells are pretty useless against Melania. Now it's just time to get good. So I tell you what, friends, I'm going to take a quick little break here, nip to loo, get some more water, and then we're going to continue our training montage. You know, except the bees. The bees are very powerful, and like bleed attacks and things like that. Like I could put bleed also onto our big weapon, but I feel like with bleed you want to be doing quick attacks very fast, whereas this thing is just a honka chonka. This thing is all about poise damage, and occasionally when we get that good hit and like get her down to like half health and a nice little combo, it feels good. And then she does her whole, I'm going to fly through the air with the power of friendship, plague, and fucking stabbing you. And then I die. So, you know, swings and roundabouts. Swings and roundabouts. But friends, I'll be back in just a second. Please don't go anywhere. And if you want to keep talking about games marketing stuff, I'm happy to. I think at this point, if you want to talk about either specific examples where marketing has helped or harmed, or if you want to talk about techniques that I think you can employ, like I'm down to talk about it. I don't think there's been any more game news today, but, you know, it's all good. Yeah, the old scary Poppins. Agonaniki gets it. But, seriously, friends, like, I'm really enjoying this. Thank you for coming and hanging out and letting me have, like, my little, like, yeah, my little training montage and whatnot. What do you mean she's never known defeat? She's only kicked my ass every time I fought her, but that can't be the same as never. Alright, for serious. I'm getting water, back in a sec. Okay. Oh, how you all doing, friends? Oh, Lyrus, I'm so glad that you have me getting the fuck kicked out of me by gangly redheads. Just on quick draw. I love that for me. But it's fine, because I have one thing that Melania does not. Cheese in easily accessible form. I saw snack cheese, I wanted snack cheese, and now I have snack cheese. Get fucked. Not me. I'm just purchasing some stuff just to get rid of the last of my bits. Sorry, last of my bits. The last of my souls. I don't suppose there's any point in making like pots or perfumes against Melania. I feel its only purpose would be buy these skills. I'll probably use them for a bit later on. I feel that the only thing I would bring is whimsy. Yeah, lasagna soup sounds like a haunting threat. I hope it was good, but it sounds haunting. Yeah, you know what, Lyrus? There you go. I've already beaten her once. I just have to do it twice in a row. And the second time where she's literally the goddess of rot and superpowers and shit. So that's cool. God, I haven't even beaten all of the night cavalry and shit. I love the fact that everything we're doing right now is, from a strictly, like, story progression standpoint, completely optional. Wait. Zoom. So the roots, it's the prayer room. I think it was the roots. Ah, yes, here we are. God, I love being able to taste things. Okay. So we're not going in to kick ass from the get-go. We're just going in to find that groove again. Like, last time, you know, Swarm of Flies was successful, but predominantly successful in terms of, like, zoning. Like, the slow-moving attack kind of keeps... them from zipping around too much. I don't think Briars of Sin are going to be very useful. I mean, that Beast Claw is kind of so-so, and Madness had no effect on her. And Fred, what on welcome? So Happy Pie, I guess in that regards, when it comes to anecdotes, I mean, I worked on a game that was based on history, right? And the only thing I can really add, like anecdotally, is it's important to understand how different regions view the same kind of history, because it's one of those things we don't really think about as much. Because most of us are taught history as, here is a series of facts. This is what happened, these are the dates it went down, this is the specifics, right? And it can be easy to forget that different regions, especially around Europe, can view the same series of events in a very different light. Like, the big one that springs to mind about marketing games in different regions was the representation of Stalingrad in Company of Heroes. They got a lot of hate for that. Oh no, Aganatic, of course, the English language ones. There's no propaganda, none. But like, when you go back towards like, because like fucking Roman history, like how different regions view different elements is fascinating. Now, we had a bit of a leg up on it. So, when we did Gamescom, which is in Germany, in our marketing campaign, that was when we did the Battle of Teutoburg Forest, which is like the famous, the famous missing legion. Michael Fassbender was in a movie about it, where basically one of the naturalized generals who had secretly been harboring a fucking grudge against the Romans ever since they fucked up his shit and basically conscripted him, conspired with the Germanic tribes to ambush a whole ass legion when they were in the fucking heart of the Black Forest. Now, we specifically picked that as our Gamescom demo because it showed, like, Germanic history in a time when they weren't just getting ruffle-stomped by the Romans. And that worked really, really well. But the representation of Stalingrad and Company of Heroes resonated very poorly with Russian audience because the perception of here are two-person, one person gets a rifle, one person gets a magazine, of just sending out poor Russian troops into the meat grinder runs very counter to the popular belief of what happened there. You know what I mean? It's not the same as like the actual turn of events, but that is something to take into consideration. And modern American history is a fucking minefield. Similar to making games about the entirety of Europe, making anything or marketing anything that's based around modern, US history is hell. Yeah, Fred, that whole thing is games developed in either China or Japan being marketed to one another and the back and forth on that one. Oh boy. But Happy Pie, like, that's one of the big anecdotes with like cultural reactions. I mean, I've talked about this a lot, but one of the things that we used to encounter repeatedly with Total War was like rampant nationalism. And people would make these frankly fucking scary pro-nationalist cuts of their like Total War videos or their or trailers or like cinematics that we'd put out, and shit got scary sometimes. But I guess that's more community than games marketing. And I guess the other anecdote that I can really like attest to is trying to market games in regions where devs don't want to do marketing is a fucking nightmare. See, you always have to be aiming for your largest demographic. Alright? Okay, no, that's not a good way of putting it. Let me phrase it another way. If you are making video games, English language video games, your primary markets are like US, UK, Canada, right? And those are kind of your big three. If you are making that game in, say, Australia or New Zealand or like other parts of the world, but aiming at an English-speaking language, it doesn't matter as much what your local region thinks, because they are such a small part of like the buying power that you can lead with. You can basically end up with this kind of culture clash that is fascinating. But the problem with that culture clash is that ultimately, as much as that discussion in the local region is valid, if you're selling to the American market, you need to... That's how you need to handle it, right? Okay, first attempt! So, been a while. Miss me? And my bees? Bees! Oh, I didn't think she was gonna go down! Oh, fuck a doodle-doo. I did not see she was doing her nonsensy bullshit. She don't miss.
I am Melania, blade of meat, and I have never known defeat.
I don't know why it's coming through so quiet. But feels apt, not gonna lie. I just want a quick point that the discussion was about different regions of marketing, not about like censorship and
The dying
whatnot.
man complained to the apothecary that he wasn't given the answer about the cure to his poison. The apothecary replied, "Ah, sorry, I only know about poison anecdotes."
That may have gone over my head, but thank you very much for 500 bits, because that keeps me alive. Anecdotes sounds like antidotes. I wonder if it works better in an American accent. Also, we can get rid of lightning self, because the blood flame is definitely the way to go. Nothing goes over Will said. His reflexes are too good. He would catch it. Okay, I don't need Bear's Dragon Bolt. Keep it simple. Okay, I forget how these ones work. Okay, apparently not at all. How does this work? Spoiler, it doesn't. Aspect of the crucible breath, that could be funny. Huh, I wonder. A spot of lightning can't hurt, right? Can't hurt to try. The blood boons and the blood flame talons are awesome, but getting the chance to use them is like slim and none. So we'll try it. We'll try a little bit of lightning. We'll see how it goes. It's not good! Please. Alright, I'm about to pay for that big time. Whoop, 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 whoop. Okay. I, for one, thought I was about to get the fuck kicked out of me, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, see, I knew it! Please. No! Come on! I was doing so well, and she's like, it's real cute you thought that. The worst day ever. I'll take it back. I'm staying married to Rani.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikela, and I have never known defeat.
The problem is, now that for some reason the alerts are super quiet, I'm going to try and find out what it is. Every time it goes off, I just see the little pineapple in the corner of my eye being like, I have never known defeat. So Happy Pie, that is a massive question. It is a fascinating one. Like, the difference between, you know, China, Indonesia, like Japan. There are so many regions that comprise what we used to just refer to as the Asian market, and how they tend to do their marketing is so wildly different. For the most part, a lot of those regions are fine with the more kind of like corporate, super mega spectacle of marketing. You know, there isn't the same disdain for booth babes and for like overt marketing in a lot of those regions. So it's definitely a hell of a space to be in. But in terms of specifics from region to region, like, I'll see if, because I mentioned them yesterday, but Vlad, who works over at Neon Doctorate, spends a lot of time in different regions out that way. What? Deserved. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But this is why I didn't want to get into a conversation about, like, censorship, because, like, Agananaki, the difference between what you're allowed to do in terms of how you market a game and what's allowed to be in a game varies drastically from region to region. You know, some of the big Chinese gaming events play a lot more fast and loose with rules, than would be allowed in the games themselves. And it's always difficult to talk about these things, especially from a marketing standpoint, because it can be really tempting to get into the nuts and bolts of what those varying countries do and don't allow. So Fearless, like, to my knowledge, I don't think Kate's been involved too much in the marketing side of stuff. But, I mean, I'm always just down to have a chat with Kate, because they're fucking good at what they do. Very clever. Okay, I think we'll have to knock this one on the head conversationally, because we're getting into a lot of speculation territory. And I've got a training montage to continue. Bees! Fuck. That point where you realise there's nowhere you could go. DJ Quill, with its little known fact that Melania's theme, it's actually more than 8 bars long. You just have to survive long enough to hear it. Happy Pie says, funniest, most impactful or memorable games marketing at a convention. Oh, there's a few.
I am Melania,
Fuck.
Blade of Meat Keller, and I have never known...
God damn it! I'm gonna do it! I know it's not tonight, this is just practice. I'm gonna do it. Good. So Happy Pie, there are loads that spring to mind. I mean, for funny... And this was one from Gamescom, but Saints Row the Third giving out actual dildo bats. And that... Was it Saints Row the Third or the Fourth? Numbers, like, thank you for the bits. I mean, you're allowed. I'm the one that stepped into this arena. One of the funniest, unwittingly, was Daisy giving away press kits on USBs shaped like bullets. And then being kind of surprised Pika face. When people were getting stopped by the TSA. Oh, please.
Blade.
It used to make me laugh every time they used to do free controller giveaways at GDC at the Xbox booth, and they always used to make me laugh when you'd see the staff, again, surprise Pika face, when every single GDC attendee would descend upon them like locusts. Like the things that people will do for a free skateboard deck or a t-shirt, you take that, times it by free usable Xbox pad. Neo Shadow, I don't think she can be just plain old-fashioned backstabbed, but I can stagger her, which I've had some success in. Margin Walker, there you go. Although the funniest thing is always seeing people at the airport who have managed to acquire the Xbox Skate Deck at GDC, realizing the nightmare that they will now face to try and get that back home. Like, that will always continue to be funny for me. I'm not saying I didn't deserve that, but still. Nope, no grabby. Ow, all the stabby. Oh, come on! No. Now, sorry if I've told you this one, but one of my favorite convention stories was still from, I want to say it was Metro Last Light. It wasn't the original, it was the sequel. And one of the guys working the stand, who was rotating doing demos for press and people, I believe it was E3. Yes, no, it was E3. God. And they had a major power failure on the stand. And I don't just mean like the lights went out, I mean everything's gone. There's no demo, there's no lights, there's no microphone. And the guy running the demo, I hate that his name has escaped me because this is the stuff of legend. He pauses for a moment, he takes stock of the situation, and he just keeps going into his speech. But instead of playing, you know, with a controller and showing people, or I think it was a live video of a playthrough where he had a rehearsed speech, he just keeps going. But instead of pointing to the screen, he starts mimicking what happened in the video. So he's walking around the stage pretending with his little stuff, and it's like, and one of the big features in Metro Last Light is he's walking across the stage shooty gunbang style, is how you'll be able to use light and shadow to ambush your enemies. You know, we've got new tools like the throwing knife. And then he locks eyes with one of the handlers, fakes pulling out a throwing knife, and buzzes it at them. They mimic getting hit in the chest and go down. He then proceeds to fucking mime the rest of the demo without skipping a beat. A fucking standing ovation at the end of that. That will stay with me as still one of my favourite memories. That and for those of you who either grew up in Germany or know German culture, we shared a stage with a whole bunch of other games during Rome 2's time at Gamescom, and one of them was the tie-in game for the Great Big Piece of Bread. And AR, thank you kindly. Yeah. Again, I still don't know why it's being so quiet. But AR, seriously, thank you. Basically, one of the games we played yesterday seems to have nerfed the alert noises, and I was battling a fuck you migraine last night, so I didn't get the... God. I'm fairly good at this. So I didn't get a chance to fix it yet. Fancy shit there. Yeah, no, DJ Coil's correct. Like, when you're doing those demos, you have it timed to milliseconds. I used to be able to still do the Rome 2 one. It was so burnt into my brain. Knew that was coming. So mean. There's a mean lady. This place is full of mean ladies. Fuck. They're not allowed to be loud in the presence of Melania, who's never known defeat. But yeah, so there's this like kids TV show mascot in Germany that's just a great big piece of bread, and during the demo Becky stuck her hand down its mouth. That was another one of my favourite Gamescom memories. Yeah, a Red Burning Dragon. Someone, I think Lyris has that clip on Quick Draw, and thankfully no one had spoiled that there was a second form, because not every boss in this game like has a second form. Fucking skippity hoppity. Fuck you! Not my dick! Stab me in the dick! What is your problem with my dick? Something's telling me she's never known defeat. It's alright, this is a training montage. Yeah, and Shaunerus... The whole...
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
So, this is how not to solo.
Yes, Immortal End. My job is to be a cautionary tale on how not to solo her. But seriously, thank you for 31 and AR. Seriously, 50 months is a ridiculous amount of time. Like, thank you.
She keeps stabbing me in the dick. Why?
Why does she keep stabbing me in the dick? I'm getting Hollow Knighted over here. In today's fight, two people, neither of whom hit each other. Alright, you want to go over there? You go over there. But enjoy my peas! Peas? Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Leave me alone, leave me alone! Main lady! No, again?! I'm dead. God darn it. It's just, her zoning is perfect. Not what I intended to do, but I'll take it. Numbers, thank you for the bit, sorry. I'm just trying to think of some other, like, happy moments from, like, marketing and campaigns and stuff like that. You know, getting to meet Mark Strong for a brief second was pretty fucking cool. There was a lot of stuff that Craig and I got to do in the early days because people didn't really get community-centric stuff back then. So, you know, like when we went up to Leeds Armory, that was really fun. And we made one of my favourite stupid videos. skip, and it always throws me off.
Blade of Mikola.
Yeah, and Cold Ankles, we've only made it to second form once. So Happy Pie, right now, for me, it's pretty much just GDC and PAX, right? And PAX is predominantly because it's backyard, but it's also after it's after all these speculative events. Sorry, the events that happen during the speculative part of the year.
I am Melania. Played at VK. And I have never known to defeat.
Oh! When I can and can't interrupt is something I'm slowly learning. It's important. Sorry, what I meant by speculative events. So, GDC happens pretty early on in the year, and is usually the point where lots of people are looking for funding with their game, or still unsure of where their game's going to be come the rest of the year, right? By the time PAX West rolls around, or PAX Prime, everybody's pretty knowledgeable that they've either made it or they haven't, right? And so they're moving into the winter with the understanding that either the game's not going to get funded, or it is and they know how long it's going to be till launch, right? Okay, I guess we're not dodging? No, dodging's for nerds. Okay. Ow! So help me, Spiller, I will mute you. Oh, just parry her, it's fine. Just do that. But yeah, like, it's also worth noting that there aren't a lot of events that are super valuable for me right now, like the kind that I absolutely have to be at, and that's GDC and PAX. I definitely do PAX East as well, you know, time and budget willing, but I don't see that happening for a good while. But it's like, it's important to remember that, especially as an indie, not all events are valuable, right? All events are a very expensive part of your marketing budget, regardless of like what that budget really looks like. I think especially now that we're coming out of like full-on... Now that the convention circuit is spooling up again to full capacity, it is important to remember that, you know, a lot of conventions are just for-profit events. The goal is to get you there, get you to spend money on a ticket, spend money on merch, spend money on a signature from a famous person. Like, Comic-Con these days does not exist as a celebration. It is a money-making thing. You know this, I know this. And there are a crap load of other events that happen, and knowing the difference between like the local convention that has some heart to it and something that is just like a touring event, you know, ReedPop very much tried to turn PAX into one of those like event that we can plonk anywhere and make a buck, and it didn't work. You know, there's still big good ones. You know, you've got your Magfests, your PAXs. As for whatever the fuck Summer Games Fest becomes, I have no idea. But with a lot of these, it's important to highlight which conventions will actually get you coverage, you know? Oh, I thought I was dead. Oh, okay. Alright. I mean, I definitely will be dead, and I even pushed the button. I was so sure she'd fucking killed me. Yeah, now comes death. There we go. I don't have to push the button, it's already done. But... okay. Oh, it's in the flat. Sorry, I thought the PC was having a bad time. It's not. One of the important things is highlighting what events are valuable to you and in what capacity as a dev you should be attending them, because you could while away your life hitting every con and you could obliterate your budget going to every space, and which ones are actually worth it, right? It's something you've got to have a really big old long talk with yourself. You can't. Not all conventions should be treated equal. Not all of them are. Having no time to react to that one. Fucking hell. So Verdant was saying, if I'm not steering the conversation too far, of course, gives examples of games that succeeded despite their marketing. I mean, Apex Legends was obviously the big one. Let's have a fucking ponder, because there's a few. They'll come to me in a second. Actually, Fred, you're right. Dante's Inferno did do pretty well. It did well enough to have a tie-in anime franchise. God, I mean, you could argue the Fable series. We've been talking about that one a lot. I mean, you could make a good case for, definitely for Cyberpunk. And, yeah, AR, I will agree with you, Helldivers 2's marketing was fucking garbage. To the point where I had actually kind of written it off. I did not expect Helldivers 2 to do well. And Lyrish, thank you for filling in High Glass. Yup. DJ Coil from the Sin to Win campaign to the fake protesters to fucking... God, so much. EA's... I can only really call it the cocaine years. I don't actually know if the people at EA were taking drugs at the time, but it is the kind of unhinged, crazy thinking that I would expect from somebody who is doing fat lines on the reg. God, that era of marketing is fucking weird. I'd say the Call of Juarez series, the marketing for that was fucking dog shit. And those games, up until they did the really offensive modern one, were really good. Same with Gun. That game was so good, and it was marketed so poorly. So Verdant, Dead Space is a weird one. Dead Space is kind of like Okami in the sense of it's a game that everyone discussed and had a huge impact. Everyone who played it fucking loved it, but the Dead Space games did not sell. Not like people wanted them to, you know? Okay, sorry. My blade is twice as spicy. Dark Souls. Sorry, the Hollow Knight fucking tune. Well, yeah, and DJ Coil, a lot of like the conversation about bad marketing is what got today started in the first place conversationally, because yesterday we mentioned We Happy Few, which had an incredibly successful marketing campaign until it didn't. Oh, okay, Fred. If you haven't seen the Japanese commercials for OG Zelda, you're in for a treat. All of the marketing for Zelda was batshit insane. Number says, how many deaths at Jess Millennia? Well, didn't we come in here at like 600? Isn't that when we started? We'll have to ask the VOD watchers what the timeline of the tall woman is. Okay, I guess we're not doing dodging now. No dodge. No dodge. Dodging's for nerds. So you try and preempt what she's gonna do, and then she's like, "No, you know what? I'm just gonna have a little cheeky little left and right trundle over here." Fucking knew it! Spiteful, spinny, bad word. Well, and again, DJ Coil, that's one of those ones where least she doesn't have a gun. Yeah, I'm still mad about that Sekiro final fight. So mad. But DJ, I would say that whole Modern Warfare 2 thing, like, the marketing for the Modern Warfare machine had gotten so massive and so soulless that honestly no amount of air quotes controversy would have reached the people doing it. Like, and it was always going to sell. That's my health you're stealing there. Man, that was some anime exchange bullshit there. Fuck! Never mind.
Blade of Mikola.
Yeah, but DJ Coyle, I wouldn't say that that is a good example of like weathering the storm or of handling the situation because there was no real impact. You know, it seems like there was from our side. And Happy Pie, we've talked about The Last of Us. We talked about Dead Island a lot today. But the TLDR was that Dead Island was an incredibly successful marketing campaign. Even though the video that garnered them all of the attention ultimately had little to nothing to do with the game, other than that there were zombies in it. The ad was incredibly memorable, and the rest of the assets were about the title. So it wasn't like with Brutal Legend, where no one knew what was coming until the game launched. Okay, I guess we don't... It's cool, we don't do dodging anymore, it's fine. But, I mean, this is going way back to the start of the conversations we were having today, which is sometimes, like, good marketing is not right. We don't have to agree in lying to users, we don't have to agree that hoodwinking them is right, but we do have to acknowledge when it happens and it works. Oh, and Velo, the short answer is, at my very first PAX, I met the person who was running Hot Pepper Gaming. I was drunk and I wanted to meet someone I was a big fan of. And he knew that person, so... So while he was... There we go. So while Vernon was calling Alex over, we just got to talking about... Oh, she's gonna kick the shit out of me now. Yep, knew it. I mean, I'd kick the shit out of me if I got knocked on my arse that many times. Whoop, 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 whoop. They'll do it. Go on, just give us a little... She's gonna do a cheeky shit, I know it. I know it. Fuck. even better there, though.
Of Nicola.
Yeah, I know, Fred. Shocking. But yeah, so the TLDR Velo, as I said, whilst I was waiting for Alex, or you might know him as Octopimp, to come on over, I got chatting to Vernon, and Vernon pitched me on the idea of what he called a hot pepper fire sale, where devs would pitch a game in the same format as Hot Pepper Gaming's review. And I was like, fuck yeah! I'd never done spicy stuff before, I had no idea what it was going to do to me. And Vernon actually directed the shoot on Skype on my phone. So I had like a little mini pocket director. Vernon would go on to work on Dream Daddy and work for the Game Grumps and do a whole bunch of cool shit. I haven't kept up with Vernon as much as I'd like, but they're a really cool person. Indeed, there is a command for it. But yeah. Okay, again, another round of... I guess we're not dodging. I guess we're not dodging. Sorry, friends, I think I went a little internal there for a sec. When done right, you can do so much with your external comms and how you talk to your fans with the games you're making. There's so many cool things you can do that would kind of come under the guise of, air quotes, marketing. And it gets frustrating sometimes when encountering teams that either don't consider marketing to be, worth discussing, or just consider it this... this last minute throwaway thing, like doing the laundry before your parents come over. Like, when folded in with the rest of your dev ideas, when it becomes part of, like, the process, you can do so much fun stuff with it. You can have a great time in the process. Fuck. Unlike right now, which is not a good time. I'm sorry, there's something I'm kind of tackling with in my downtime, and it's not something I can go into the details with you. It's just It's a situation where see, one of the other problems with selling games, it's the same problem with doing community stuff, with doing social media and comms, is that beware a man with a little bit of knowledge, for they are far more dangerous than someone with none. It can be really easy to underestimate how intense these things can be, or how much actual craft is needed, you know? One of the good things about programming is that if the program don't work, it broke. It is very easy to see. But if the guy fucking running shit has decided that he's gonna run the social media stuff now, or that, you know what, don't worry about it, we'll do it later. It's very hard to refute because you won't see the damage until much, much later. Fuck. Okay, that could have been so much worse. And Neosto, it is unfortunately true that there are a shit ton of good games that just die because no one knows that it's happening. You know, people can't buy a video game if they don't know it exists. Like, naming no names, I still remember one friend who waited until their Kickstarter was going before they even told people that they were putting it out there. It's the kind of shit I have nightmares about. Fuck. Boop. So Happy Pie, very, very rarely have I seen people that have done really good work that weren't, like, invested in the product. That's just kind of the nature of gaming. A lot of the times when you see the kind of the downfall of a product, it predominantly comes from someone who, while they have a marketing background, they come from other spheres. You know, I think the most easy to understand example is probably what happened with the Dreamcast, where Sega America hired a bunch of people from, like, music and from, like, other spheres of marketing to help sell the Dreamcast, and it did not work. Now, their thinking was that because Sony had kind of... that's death. Nope. Yeah, that's my penis destroyed, and not in a fun way. But yeah, a larger portion of marketing snafus, especially at a larger level, come from people who didn't come from the gaming space. And I've noticed that time and time again. Whereas people that do and are wildly successful are worth their weight in gold. Like, how... Okay, Victoria Tran is an individual, is a community manager first and foremost. But what they do with those communities, those interactions, and how, like, Inner Sloth has become this absolute fucking powerhouse thanks to them and others, is something that cannot be ignored. And the reason why I always point to Victoria and Victoria's work is that they were knocking it out of the park. And even though their title was community manager, what they were doing was marketing the bloody game back when they were at Kitfox, and definitely not getting the recognition they deserved. And that's no hate to Kitfox, it's just they were they still are really fucking good. That is a great example of, you know, someone who understands the ecosystem, who loves it, and really, really makes it work. And Angel Kalina, go get yourself some sleep. To be continued. Charge! I'm going to try a different approach, and it's already bad. Really thought she was going to do water dance on me there. Oh well. Well, so DJ Coyle, it's something we talk a lot about in community management circles, is that often people will hire and put the pay bracket up for an air quotes community manager, and what they really need is a please do everything person. Please market my game, but please also handle all of the PR, handle all the comms, and also be a community manager. It's... yeah. But okay, that's just kind of getting into Will's personal bugbear territories. Oh no! And that's what I get for being cocky. It's good. Like I said, training montage. Training montage. No, and just, we're getting into a lot of topics that are near and dear in my heart. Because the thing was, I come from community management. But I also understand how vitally important it is to tell people that your game exists. What was going on there? And Orzine, what and welcome. So Velo, I'm not 100% sure as to your point, but it's worth noting that like a good community manager's job is to basically be the wall between, you know, the outside world and the dev team. You know, filter out what is toxic and what isn't, like what is actually the community and what isn't. You know, that stuff only gets really problematic if the devs themselves are like, oh well, I know what the community wants, because 9 times out of 10, no they don't. And they're probably just talking some fucking lunatic on Reddit. On it. Yes. Melania's famous fucking bullshit and chips. Local delicacy in this area. Come on, twice?! Times! Okay! Please. God damn it! Had the rhythm, then I lost the rhythm. I had the rhythm. I lost the rhythm! But yeah, one of the big problems I had back in the day was everybody feels that they know what, air quotes, the community wants, and a larger portion of working as a community manager is having to fight against this, like, this fake straw man, you know. It's a profession that embodies the amount of time and energy required to refute bullshit is much larger than the amount of energy required to make it. And so hard. Like, so a lot of the time what you do as a community manager is a lot of metrics, a lot of sentiment reports, a lot of data to try to stop the dev team from imploding, try to stop them from making very, very stupid choices, and to try and give them, like, actionable information. Bees. Her vampirism thing does mean that you can't really just beat her out by exchanging blows either. Oh, no. No! Me!
Blade of Nicola.
And breathe. I think it might be time for a cup of tea, though, friends. I think it might be time for tea. Maybe a biscuit. Excuse me. Oh, I'm definitely flagging a little bit, but I'm not ready to call it. And I am enjoying the conversation as well, friends. Like I said, I don't usually get to talk about this as much as I would like because it's not a sexy topic, talking about marketing and community stuff. Like, the thing is, if you, as a small team or as an indie dev, if you take into consideration how you're showing off your game as part of making it, then you can have a lot of fun in the process, maybe even do stuff that is also part of the game itself. Like, God, you can have a great time with it. But treating it like a checkup to the dentist, you know, something you put off for a year until you desperately need it, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. There's no magic bullet marketing stunt that's suddenly going to, you know, summon up 50,000 wish lists on Steam, you know what I mean? There's also the fact that a large proportion of the first people that will encounter your game... Sorry, I'm just going to faff with my build just a little bit. See if I can get any more defense out of this without going too heavy. Some of these hats are stupid, but they're not terrible. I'm not wearing the iron casser though. I have to have some fucking... have some decorum. Okay. Fancy hood. God, I think even with all the equip load gems and whatnot, I think I'd still end up having to... I don't think I could do like full big clunky armor. I refuse to wear the Burger King hat. Yeah, and Vilu, unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be the case. I mean, almost everybody from, like, the old days are gone now. Like, I don't know what Total War's going to fucking do. Oh, increases vigor. Oh, very nice. Does mean I'll be getting hit more. Actually, I wonder if we get more bang for our buck for getting slightly heavier main armor. Actually, the gloves are probably our shitiest, so let's see what we can get. Okay. Damn, we can go pretty weighty on these. Ooh, that's a bit more styling. If I could afford the whole Crucible set, then that would be very funny. Stabbing, no stabbing. I miss my good shit. I miss looking cool. Oh, hello! The Confessor armor keeps us at medium. Gets me a little bit more protection. Love to see it, love to see it. What? Doing fashion? BRB needs tea is still on. This isn't official. Oh, look at that guts! Woo. I really should have put the fucking kettle on if we're going to sit here and talk. So let me do that while I pee. And then we'll keep having a little natter, and then we'll continue on this one. Sorry. Hello, hello. We'll keep having a natter while the kettle's boiling. Wait, the Briar Gauntlets increase stun. So do they increase... what's the Briar Gauntlets? Do they increase poise damage? Because that could be very handy. Where are you? It's fucking Lionel. I'm sure I had them. Or did I not buy them? We're talking about, like, the bell ringers nonsense, right? But no, I just wanted to say, like, thank you for letting me talk about this today. Because, one, it's a topic I genuinely care about. Two, this time of year is always hard because I get a lot of press emails from PAX, which is good, but a lot of them are fucking dumb, which is frustrating. Like, some days it can be really hard to get, like, terrible email after terrible email. And you can start to despair a little bit for people. It did make me laugh that one particular person who tried to pretend like they'd watched our streams went, I love it when you stream games like, what was it, Sea of Thieves? Was it like The Final Tree or something? And then Goodwill Hunters. I was like, no, that's what we call Elden Ring. Fine. Like, and that's not even close to, like, the most fucking bizarre one I've gotten. There's the Grand Executioner's sword. Yeah, I love it when you play game in game list _. Thank you, insert host name here. Like, I don't mind mass emails. Because, like, I get it. It's PAX time. You're hitting up a lot of people all at once, and that's totally okay. But, come on. I know you weren't paying attention. You know you weren't paying attention. Like, don't make me the bad guy because you don't know who I am. And yes, I am looking at katanas right now and just thinking, what if we did some shenanigans? Like, basically take the Uchi katana, get it on bleed, and then just do the bleed thing.
Tell me you are a marketing weasel wank without telling me you are a marketing weasel wank.
Yeah! Well, also, like, PAX is an event that's based so much on, like, authenticity and passion. It's such a weird one to try and, like, fake it. Like, I haven't fought with a katana this whole thing, and it feels cheap to switch it up from party sword. But in the same breath, I could easily upgrade the Uchitana and add bleed. Because stacking bleed might just be my fucking way to go. Yeah, but Moose, at this point, like, I'm still all in on strength, and, you know, scaling wise. Okay, hang on. Let me pour my tea, and then we will talk turkey. Okay, hello, hello! Alright. We can pop that off. Alright, let's head on over to the round for a little bit while I can sip my tea. Oh. Yeah. DJ, you're not wrong. The poise break is definitely what's been giving me the chance to fight, you know? I shouldn't just dismiss it, like, out of hand. And you're saying go pick up some of that spiky armor and all. A little bit of extra poise break can't hurt.
Oh, Ocean One.
The Briar Gauntlets. They also cause this armor to deal damage when performing dodge rolls. That's not awful. Might as well pick up the set. We've got nowhere else to be today.
Now, Coach.
Evil Geek, that's not a bad shout. Like, the big flip is fine. It's just such a huge commitment.
No matter, lay out your arms then.
Okay, Ashes of War. So, let's see what we've got. That's viable. Eruption, Golden Land, Golden Vow, Sacred Order. I got Poison and Cold. Apparently I don't have Bleed for this same thing. Unless that's something I'm missing. No, no, DJ Coil, and it's welcome. Honestly, it was just, you know, if possible, I want to keep Big Sword. Because Big Sword has been our friend the whole time. But... Lion's Claw... Warcry... Ah, yes. Royal Knight's Resolve. Like, I don't know if we want to go bleed on this as well, or if this just needs to be all about the big Badaboo. Because here's the thing, we're still faffing around in the paddling pool. Like...
Sings note to a knight at the round table, by grace of gold we're able to slay these fiends and serve our queen, with dodge rolls impeccable. We die a lot in lands between, to blood and death and rot a lot.
To blood and death and rot a lot! Ah, dodge rolls are quite impeccable. I'll have to remember that one. So the black wet blade has found a corpse in the Knight's Sacred Ground in Nokron. That sounds like a new place. I don't think we've been to Nokron. I have in Undercity. Really? Well, how the fuck did we miss that? To Nokron! Now I've got my whole fucking Guts Black Swordsman thing fucking going on right here. Alright. Another capital. Balcony. Or we mean like Undercity. How the fuck did we miss that? It's alright, it gives us a nice little break where I can sip my tea. Underground Starlands. Ansel, Sophia, Deeproot. Nokron was where the second big reindeer fight was. That's weird. Ah yes, Nokron the Eternal City. Alright, so where is this cheeky Mother Hubbard? Yeah, because I guess we did hang out on the Plague Ledge. It'd be nice to be ridiculously overpowered. I wonder how we missed it. Because I got run over by a lot of gigantic orbs trying to make sure we got everything around this way. Because even if we don't use it specifically, even if we do go the Ash of War plus Big Oomph, we can still do some cool crimes. Like, even if I don't end up turning this into just a pure bleed weapon. Oh, sweet mercy and a cup of tea. Sweet mercy and a cup of tea. Thank goodness you're here. I appear to be fighting a gangly red-headed lass who's kicking the shite out of me for several days. Legend, I couldn't possibly comment. I couldn't possibly comment. So the question, dear friends, is where in this area is said stone? From the Mimic Tier Site of Grace, go down the bridge until you reach the Giants. Hug the left side, jump onto some buildings. Cool. Thank you, Evil Geek. I really appreciate it. Okay. Now, you said from here, head down. Down the bridge. Until you... Bridge on the left side. Damn. I don't think that's the bridge. I guess it's the bridge along this way. Hold the bridge. Hold the bridge, left side. I will admit, I kind of missed our running around down here, because we had a good time. Eagles! See, I didn't hurt him. Kazaa! Left side to jump down to some buildings. Okay. Is this going to be one of those? Not my left, the other left. So the city on our left, that's where we're trying to get. Alright. That jump might be a bit much than even dear Kazaa can make. So Fred, it turns out there's a little MacGuffin that I may or may not have missed. And we're off to go and find that, so I can make my sword all bleedy and cool. I think it's supposed to be there, isn't it? Fuck! Fucking hell! I fucking died! Oh, don't jump from the bridge, but from the cliff. Fuck. Instructions were unclear. Please repeat. Well, no, I know I said it a couple times now, but seriously, thank you for letting me nattering about, like, marketing shit and stuff like that. You know... There is something really interesting that if you can have it that, you know, your marketing is part of your development arc, that you understand what people are looking for in your game, then when you get to the point... It's alright, that deer knew what it did. When you get to the point... It's not here. When your game is actually in users' hands, you can learn so much. And you may also get to the point where your game ends up being something else. Like, I completely forgot that, like, We Happy Few was handled by Gearbox in terms of publishing stuff. And honestly, someone at Gearbox should have been like, hey, homies, I know you wanted to make a survival... survival crafty game, but it turns out what your people want... is a Bioshock type game, and you should give it to them. You know. What's the famous quote? Alright, is it here? It looks like here. Which is, the customer is always right in matters of taste. And I know that's a weird thing to think about when it comes to art, but, you know, it is entirely possible as a game creator that you can hit upon, like, a critical success. Sorry, I mean critical success in the D20 sense, right? That you can hit upon something that is exactly what people are after, even if you didn't intend it. And when that situation comes around, like, fucking pivot. The irony, of course, being that Gearbox was a company that completely pivoted their now flagship product, Borderlands. You'd think they'd be able to give that advice to others, you know what I mean? I'm sure you all know this, but just for clarity's sake, Borderlands was originally just going to be a traditional first-person shooter, similar to games like Rage and stuff like that. Okay, ow. Fuck off. It was completely reworked into the cel-shaded, like, what if Diablo, but... Oh man, right in the fucking sternum. The Borderlands that we know and love was something that was a heavy pivot away from their original concept. Okay. Is it this way? I can't imagine it's down this way, because we definitely already went that way. So, parkour! Haha! Oh, Celestial Dew. The most ostentatious of all the Mountain Dew flavors. It's alright, I can jump back if I need to. That way, maybe? Because the way I figure is that if it had been... Whoop! If it had been exactly where we went before, then we would have found it already. But I guess... Ooh. But yeah, like... I don't know. It's really interesting now to look at the assets they put out with We Happy Few after everyone was very frustrated that, boy, this sure wasn't anything like what you fucking sold us. You're kidding me. I can't believe my first two sword swings could be summed up as nah-uh. Alright, let's keep looking. And if any of you all know specifically where I should be heading for this blackened whetstone, please do let me know. I'm just rechecking everything. Again, I can't imagine... I didn't first time, but you can see the other players in the world who are also checking. Woo! I guess we go to what these silver tear husks are. Drastically useful. I don't know. It's also one of the reasons why I'm so vehemently and passionately against pre-orders. Because pre-orders change the game when it comes to marketing, right? See, a pre-order is about trying to get somebody to part with their cash before the game is out. And in this, the year of our Lord, Shadow the Hedgehog 2024, why would you need to do that unless you were not confident people were going to keep the fucking game? You know what I mean? hear stuff, but I wonder if this is where we're supposed to be. Should be in front of the big altar. Okay. Guess I didn't come by this way. Oh, you bastards! Is it that right there? Is it that log? Well, it's a legend. It's not so much that. It's more the case of when you add pre-orders into the mix, the goal of marketing ceases to be please buy the game, or please give me your money based on this. Like, a marketing campaign's job is not to accent the game, it's not to spread the word of it or knowledge, it's to try and get you to part with your cash before the game has even come out. Which is where we see a lot of these, like, violently aggressive hype campaigns and whatnot. It skews the goal of marketing. And it's definitely where a lot of the more nefarious bullshit comes from. Yeah, Verdant Flow, if you pre-order a game, you're buying the marketing, you're not buying the game. Like... how do I get in there? Bees. Okay, so if I check... okay. So we go through full-on items. I guess the whetstones would be under key items, right? Red Hot, Sanctified, Black Wet Blade. I guess we did get it. Yeah, Fred, when you're buying the marketing of the game. Yeah. Whereas, like, Legend, when the marketing comes together well, its job is essentially like, kind of like trailers, but not spoilers. Like, the idea of showing you how it's supposed to feel to play this game. Do you know what I mean? And Carla, yeah, or you're buying the previous games. Bitter disappointment. There's also, I mean, this is why I vehemently say do not pre-order video games, because again, when looking at a game's success, they won't look at pre-orders and be like, oh, the game is really fucking good, that's why people pre-ordered it. No, they'll be like, man, we sure did succeed in selling these. We sure did succeed in hyping this up so much that people spent money that before they even had a game in their hands.
Well, I took you for no matter it. Lay out your arm.
Okay. So, we're going to do Ashes of War, Heavy Greatsword, and you're recommending Royal Knight's Resolve. Okay. So Royal Knight's Resolve is going to drop the damage a little bit if I go Blood. But not by much. And I get to do Big Hit. I lose my cool flippy move, but that might not be a terrible idea. I mean, like, none of these are really going to push it real good. Okay. But I am also going to put some points into that one katana, because if I have to admit my weaknesses, it'll be with this fucking thing. Oh, I don't have smithing stone 2. And that one, we can also give that a bit the old... Ooh, we get loads of cool stuff. Bloody Slash. Blood Tax. A blood oath granted by the Lord. From a low stance, coat your blade in your own blood and unleash a rending blood slash in a wide arc. Ooh, Blood Tax. That sounds fucking metal as shit. Let's go. Yeah, Bacon coughs in upgrade your pre-order. I fucking know. You know, and this is the other thing that... Okay, so friends, as you know, I've been kind of flitting between varying Mobage, right? And Arknights is still probably my favourite one. After the Skulls promotion, I tried 40k is it Terminus? Tacticus? Whatever. Some faux Latin bollocks. And I wanted somber smithing stones. Thank you, Bert. I'm glad one of us is playing times. Tacticus, there we go. And initially, I really enjoyed it. Because it actually felt like a game. I actually had to plan what I was doing. I had to, you know, it was one of those things where the difference between success and failure wasn't number go up, but actually how I played it. And I was having a great time with it until I realized just how drastic. Okay, I can't buy Somber Stone 2. So, I just have to leave that as is. But no, I was having a really, really good time with it. And I was getting close to being like, okay, this might be something to throw a little cash in. But since then, it has become such an egregious obfuscation as an aggressive form of, like, monetization that I'm annoyed at how much I was enjoying it now. Now, why does this matter? Well, this kind of comes back to the marketing elements and a lot of other stuff in that no, it was regular smithing stone, see? There we go. See, I was paying attention. Smithing stone free, please. I'm going to spend these souls before we go back to Millennia anyway. No, Ferdinand, you're all good. But I do think that when we love a game, and when a game is very honest with us about how it is funded and how we can support it, I think that is a good way of structuring the whole bloody thing of it, you know? I think that aggressive pre-ordering, obfuscation of payment systems, I think that the level of wariness you have to be now when going into some of the larger games is definitely something that infuriates me.
Back already, no matter.
Yeah, I have to go buy stuff. Don't judge me. Wait, just regular smithing stone 3. Alright, I need more of that. Alright, don't worry about it. And I think this is a large proportion of where this all comes down to, because, like, $60 is a lot of money. $80 is a lot of money, and especially something that you've been really keen for, and you've spent the big bucks on it, right? when it comes to how these games make us feel after the marketing is concluded when the game is in our hands, is that value proposition versus what we actually got from it. I promise I'll make this make sense in a second. Let me just finish chucking upgrades at my katana. There we go. Now it's a Blood Katana 24. No big deal. Alright, we're gonna give this a fucking run, shall we? Melania, I've got a cup of tea for you! Sharon! Sharon! Okay, sorry. I realised I said I was going to cap my point off and just made more of a nonsense point. Okay, so with Tacticus, it is infuriating because it is not a game you can spend money on. It's a game where you have to kind of sort of work out where you're spending money to maybe be able to get the thing that you want. Sort of. But it's entirely possible to waste money. With a lot of the larger projects that we're seeing over the last few years, with the increase in prices, plus season passes and things like that, like, the obfuscation that we see around a lot of stuff is infuriating when you consider just how much capital people are being asked to invest. I really want to see pre-orders just completely fucking done away with, because, especially in a digital sense, there's no benefit to them and it just increases scummy practice. Now, again, if there is a physical thing, a plushie, a collector's edition of a game you already love, you know, what have you, pre-ordering those, absolutely A-okay. Like, go nuts. Have fun. Oh, I can't blood stoke it. Alright. Well, it's fine. Just means we won't be using it. So it's just fire, cleanse me, and bees. Yeah, for physical goods, especially rare ones, I completely understand. I would still... I'd still recommend caution, but I do understand. But with main pre-orders and how we purchase games and how they are sold, it feels weird and gross, and I hate it. You know, because Verdant was saying how I feel about hype. Hype's great if you are hyping it to the correct levels. By which I mean, like, if you have a game like fucking Elden Ring coming out and you're getting content creators going and you're dropping cool trailers and you're drip feeding cool little pieces of information and whipping the internet up into a frenzy, let's fucking go. But if the goal of that is not to make everybody aware that the game is coming out and to make them excited for it, if the goal is to sell them a game that hasn't been released, it's scummy as shit when you think about it. Look, I have played and loved Cyberpunk, but the aggressive rates to which they pushed that pre-order campaign marketing was off the chain. And it was clearly because they were not confident that it was going to sell. Now, much like a lot of other titles, they have turned that around. It's fucking cool. But okay, no, that does rot, not blood. Okay. And just real quickly, I just want to Let's see how quickly we can do Swish Wish Death. Sorry. Oh, love it! There's some Mitsurugi fencing shit going on there. Alright, so... Boosh. Alright, love to see it. Love to see it. Spiller was saying, can you imagine buying a new Peugeot before they've actually finished developing it on the hopes that it's going to be a good car? Imagine people pre-ordering a car on a bunch of promises, and it turns out to be a blocky, broken, buggy piece of shit. Can't wait for that class action lawsuit. Now, Neo Shadow, the preloading for people with bad internet, I think is one of those things that, like, one, we're already at the point where we're doing day one patches, so it's not like they can get it downloaded and ready to go ahead of time. And I think we've got to... I'm not saying, you know, fuck them kids, but more like... I think we have to acknowledge that in certain situations, unfortunately, people with very, very bad internets, they've just got to wait. I'm not advocating for them to have a bad time. It's just... Holy fuck! Yeah, it definitely pissed her off. Okay. Anyone else feeling more confident about this? I've lost my flippy move, and I'm having to learn to live without it, but I'm doing it. Holy shit! We haven't seen second form since. Okay. Okay. By the power of Yorkshire Gold, please sponsor me. Yeah, I won! Yay! Yay! I promise I didn't intentionally put on the fucking guts armor. It's the fact that she starts with that wait. Yeah, now all I gotta do is survive long enough to learn. Fred, I promise nothing.
The scarlet bloom flowers once more. You will witness true horror.
Way ahead of you, love. I've been to Blackpool.
Rot.
Fucking kills me in one!
By the scarlet rot.
Such bullshit. Lasted longer than last time. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I did run. You saw what happened. Oh. Fuck. Okay, my rhythm was off, but I know what I'm about. You fucking rot, mate. Just like that. Okay. I was hoping I was going to do a little bit more. Cut me in half. Got a little cocky there. Okay. Fucking hell. I definitely pissed her off there. But it's like, when it hits, it's like... Alright. I'm gonna treat myself to a rune arc. That could have gone better. It's just as soon as she's in the air, if I'm so close that I can see it's her ankle, I'm like, and that's death. That's death. Back to you in the studio. Alright. One more. One more. The advantage. Respect that. Fuck. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Oh, fuck me! Oh, come on! Pick a different move! Bacon, that is literally every time she rises up to do her water dance. It was at this moment Will knew he fucked up. I'm trying to keep my resolve for soloing her. When the rhythm is off, like, she can heal so much from kicking my ass. Fuck. The bees are still doing their job, though. Once again, keeping us all alive. See the calm determination in my eyes. The use of bees. Bees! Fucking alright! You're right, Spiller. I just need to bees leaving myself. We'll get through this. God, no, she has all of the power of anime on her side and then becomes a god. I'm definitely missing my overhead anime nonsense. Fuck. Really? Is it not enough anime bullshit for you? Did you need more? Oh, come the fuck on! That was spiteful. Oh yes, we did pick up some of the Executioner goodies, which I think are ever so slightly lighter. So slightly less protection. The armor's got to be heavy, it's got to be. Am I the baddie? It's just I'm covered in fucking barbs! Hang on, I am still... Let's see. I am still medium low, right? Yep, still medium. Well, Sakata's cell phone, as someone pointed out to me, the health siphoning, it's more about you can't out-level her. You just gotta get good. Nope, that's my dick. Weir and Carlo, so like health siphoning also means that if we, like if I summoned all of my dags, she's going to be healing from each and every one of them. So no matter how much I'm wailing on her, no matter how much she's distracted, she's getting there. Because yeah, I remember we literally bought this armor for literally this reason. Okay. Bees. Gave her a little bit of tennis there as a fucking mega treat! It's okay. It's okay. I still got this. I still got this. It's also nice not having too many things to buff at the beginning of every fight. You know, that pre-battle ritual can get a little bit excessive. I'm not dead! I'm not dead! I'm dead.
Blade of Mikola.
Alright. It's a little... Alongside my tea, another little late retreat. Doesn't like bees. That's fair. Fuck. Woo! Love it, love it. Bees! Fuck! I thought I was safe. I wasn't safe. I was doing good there. I thought I was safe. I wasn't safe. I wish I could acquire arc runes more reliably. I feel like I've heard that one before, Visailin. No, no. First time every time, friend. First time every time. Call me Sir Tetanus. Because all I am doing is bringing barbs and poorly thought out bees. Don't like the bees, do you? That's the secret. No one likes the bees. Fuck. I just got extremely lucky. I don't know if you all saw that. I managed to interrupt her will yeet us delete us dance. And she definitely made sure I paid for that. Run, you twat! I know I can't rely on it, but if I can interrupt her water dance with bees and violence, I think that's what I need to try now. I think that's what I gotta try. Because, you know, that's been my big weakness. Nope. That was not enough. Legend said, would throw rock help? What am I going to do? Ping them off the side of her helm? Ping! Dunk. Stop it. Stop it! No, I must have just gotten lucky that one time with interrupt. Please! It's kind of like how any of us technically could do the Daigo Ihara parry. Technically. Fuck off. No. Okay, now we can fight again. Bees! Little cheeky heel. I have a lot I need to learn from this. Bees! Is it me or is it getting quieter? Am I just losing my hearing? Fuck you. So that time you do cutesy 2 move. Oh, fucking hell! Sorry, I didn't need to heal for the next segment anyway. Healing's for nerds. No fur. Okay. So Kirazero, you can try. You just get your poise broken. There's so many hits in such quick succession that it's a good night Gracie situation. And again, friends, I don't know why all the alerts have gone quiet. It was from that fucking game yesterday, which. Alright. Another little switch up. I'm going to try a little bit of Katana Rama. As much as it pains me to put Therapy Sword down for a sec. We can do this. Got that good stab. Bees. Okay, I said bees. Fuck. It's worth a shot. Nah, that colossal hit is definitely where I'm doing well. That was worth a shot, you know? Well, gonna mix it up. Gonna mix it up. Actually, what I am gonna do is very quickly nips the pisser and then give it another shot or two. I'm not quite ready to call it, but it's getting to be like 9:30 over here, and I do have to, I guess, be a fucking human in some way, shape, or form. I'm not in the process of giving up. You know that. So, I don't know. I feel like we should have a little bit of a banter break when I get back before I careen ever inwards, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. But hold that thought, friends. I'll be back in just a second. Hookow! Indeed, Legend, today was not to win but to learn. I mean, I definitely feel like now that we've just put everything on bleed, like everything on red, has definitely helped us out a whole bunch. And again, yes, I could invite friends. I could make this so much easier than the rod I have crafted for my own back. But in the same breath, like, one, sometimes you just gotta do. And two, I will, as I said, I will miss this game when it's over. Again, she was up in the air, and then a split second longer than I expected, and I was like,
Oh no, this is death. Oh, she's going to stab me a lot.
But no, I am thinking, friends, that after PAX we're gonna have to do the Snareway to Sneven, because I don't know. There's something about an impossible challenge, especially in games, that I just find. I can't leave it alone, you know. I have been wanting to return to the Ichi zone because it's a game I always find myself thinking about more and more, you know. Fucking bunny hop. Damn it.
Blade of Nicola.
Somebody's getting his feet cleaned. But this is also a very good example of, like, how this game trusts you. Like, this is late game. This is not supposed to be, you know, found by the regular folk. Hey! Ah, fuck sticks. Well, I completely lost my rhythm, but somebody in the group just beat one of the shard bearers. So whoever that was, congratulations. Going on there. about to do. No. Not gonna kick my ass with that. I knew it. It was going too well. Hey, look, Fearless. A win's a win. I'm the only one being stubborn here. I mean, if I had a second will, I wonder. Here we are together, locked in an eternal dance of battle. I do wonder if the barb armor, or barmer as I'm calling it, is helping enough to warrant, or if I should just go back to getting like the maximum amount of like medium, the maximum amount of defense I can get from medium, you know. Love those bees! Fuck! I just got run over there. My determination versus bees. Sorry, accidental bees. Okay. Again, I feel like I'm gonna need the fire purging later on when she starts doing full-on rot bollocks. But again, I've only seen 2 seconds of her second form because she just goes, "Hi, I shall show you true That does feel like how I've been played. None of these. There's no, like, make them bleed more. See, Spiller, I'm glad we're on the same page on that one. You know, what do you do against the greatest sword person to have ever lived? Bees. It's one of the few things that Bioshock got right. Like, it doesn't matter what your moral compass is. Very few people can stand in the face of bees! Bees! And just shit, like, she knows how to get out of shit perfectly. Fuck. And apparently get into shit properly. Bees? But yeah, the bees are no joke. Bees? Pack it up, pack it in. Let me begin. Fucking bees and shit! Fancy sword. Bees. Aspects, how are you doing? Okay, first thing, heal. Second thing, bees. The bees have it. Okay, now let's see. Over under. There's no time to actually place bets on this. Can I dodge her first move? Let's find out. Alright, partially. Bees? Oh, someone's been playing Armored fucking Core!
By the scarlet rot.
Alright, I'm calling hot bullshit. Not on that move, not on this boss. But when we came in here, when we came into this gorgeous, like, the last underground bastion of this fortress of exhaustion, there was Melania, one hand on it being like, I am so weak and tired. Oh, I've remembered to fight. Nah, she was up all fucking night playing Armored Core 6, being like, Raven, don't forget to get shit. I know that fucking move. I fought it before. Congratulations, I have now seen 2 of her attacks. Bullshit. If I could stinky breath her, she'd be in so much trouble. And right, Fred, like, she has to get lucky every time. I just have to get lucky once. Again, now I've said that out loud with my people face hole, I wish I hadn't. But yes, Aspect, how are you doing? Thank you for the bits. We don't know why all of the alerts are getting infinitely quieter. Something's happened. Hate that. We had one game that I think fucked the audio, and then we had another game that fucked the rig yesterday, which was fun. Oh yeah, the problem with yesterday's thing was whatever that fire effect was in Nobody Wants to Die, it broke streaming software so hard that it didn't know it had stopped streaming. So every time I try and bring it up, it'd be like, "Oh, you're still streaming. You want to keep going?" Yes. No. It doesn't matter. It's losing its marbles. You got enough moves in that combo, love. Fucking hell, save some for the fucking rest of us. Oh no, Verdant Flow, absolutely. But it was... yeah. And it's one of those things where I understand that everybody is trying to be kind when saying, like, hey, don't worry about it, like, don't stress. But, like, you know, this is what I need to do. I need to do this to keep a fucking roof over my head. You know, and especially when we find a game that's doing something interesting or doing little bits of something special, having to be like, no, game's fucked. It's so frustrating. Like, I think that's something you can all appreciate. I wonder if we could... can we... does blood grease negate? Can we increase the blood buildup? Am I being ridiculous here? No, that's ridiculous. That can't work. No, they wouldn't let me do that. That would be too much. Yeah, okay. I had a feeling. Yo, dog, I heard you like blood loss. Oh. Spiller said at this point you might as well change Twitch to say you're getting over it. Hey, I got over it. I did have to do it off stream like 1,000.
Does the sound play at normal volume if we donate twice?
Apparently no, it's still on hyper quiet, like sleepy no hearing mode. But let me try something.
Does the sound play at normal volume if we donate twice?
It does not. And it's also being cheeky because it should be much louder now. And it is not doing that. Which is bullshit! I'm going to fight this. I can't believe the game broke the alerts. Sorry, where are my fucking man? Verdant Flow. That is $10 to keep us going. And the fact that so many of you are here, I wouldn't say cheering me on, but morbidly curious to see how well I do. No. Today is one of those absolutely just fucking great days. And here's why. it is partially talking about things I love, parts of the games industry that no one else really wants to chat about. Playing one of the great games of our time. Like, this game slaps across the board. Like, I'm so lucky. Hook off. I'm just saying, I am one of the luckiest bastards. And that's because of you lot. No! Wheeler, no! The big lady's kicking the shit out of me! How are you doing, friend? I hope it is going well. And if you want to shit talk people who are bad at video games marketing between me getting the shit kicked out of me by this lass, the advantage like I thought she was gonna. So yeah, Wheeler, I'll be with you in just a second, friend. Oh no! Fuck! God damn it! God damn it, horseshit. Fuck nuggets. Okay, so Wheeler Dealer, hello, how are you doing? Watto and welcome, friend. Oh, we've had a day of basically training montage. I am studiously refusing summons, like Ashen people or otherwise. I am going to solo her. So far, I've made it to her third form 3 times. 2 of which were today. How are you doing? To Tokyo Boy, how goes it? Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. I wouldn't say that we're bringing our adventures to a close right now, but it's been a long old stream. And predominantly today we've been talking about how games marketing affects games. I wheel her, because I need to see if I can. Can I solo her? I think I can. Also, because I'm still haunted by the my greatest loss as a streamer, when I had a huge crowd and I didn't manage to defeat the final boss of Sekiro. And I don't know if I'll ever get another situation like that, but should the time come, I want to prove that my stubbornness will hold out. But yeah, so one of the things I was talking about earlier was when people who don't know games are brought in from other industries to market games, and it's always a fucking disaster. And we were talking a lot about We Happy Few today, which had a very successful campaign, but set such a wrong tone for the whole game that So yeah, so that's what we were talking about today mostly. I haven't just been button heads with the gangly redhead here. I have also been getting ready for PAX, which is going to be awesome. We're going to do a panel about making a game in an hour, and it's going to be a ton of fun. I can't wait. Knew that was coming. I knew you'd do that. Oh, thank you, Legend. I mean, it'll be about this time on Saturday. Well, it'll be coming to a close about this time on Saturday. Never give up. Never surrender. I don't know why I just stared at my demise there. I just let it happen. Thank you, Tokyo Boy. By Grabthar's hammer, you shall be avenged. Peens. Not quite peas, not quite beans, but something special in betweens. Bless you, ants. Blands. Alright. This might have to be my swan song attempt, because I think my hands are going to start to give out if I keep going. And this may shock you, I need those. As much as I want to admit that I'll be able to keep going, I think Melania has made their point rather poignantly. But hey, it's not given up. It's to be continued. My little spiky, uncomfortable armor. Oh.
I am Melania, blade of meat color, and I have never known defeat.
Until you do, I will have my day. Until I win, and then we never have to come back here. Oh. Thank you, Lyrus. Okay. Where shall we? Alright, where should we have our final thoughts? Actually, you know what? We were hanging out under here. And I gotta admit, I do like the underground starlit cavern. It's always a nice little spot. Spiller, I absolutely can stop at 686 deaths. I'll blue ball you I don't give a heck. I'm chaos. I'm a spiky bleed lad. Oh yeah, well now we know what that pantheon is. That's the pantheon of bleedy blood bloke. I'm definitely looking more and more like a baddie with every consecutive stream. And Judica, we've all been there. A victory dance that causes to eat shit on that one. But Wheeler, I didn't ask you how your stream was. I didn't ask you what you're up to. Like, tell me your tales, friend. Like, I'll find someone lovely for us to raid into in just a second after we've had a little natter. But you know, this is my job, but this is also my social time. Like, this is when I get to chat to people that aren't guinea pigs or the dogs. 3 hours of Pokemon Crystal. Yo! To this day, the Pokemon Crystal cartridge still remains one of those like coveted items. I was Pokemon Blue, then Gold. Even though I ended up being just a pure fire type trainer salt. Legends was blue, yellow, silver. Ah. God. Yellow was so brutal to start with. I don't know if we ever talk about this enough, but like, when you think about it, like, Pokemon 1 and 2, Pokemon Red and Blue, they didn't come out of nowhere, but they certainly weren't the huge globe-spanning phenomenon they became. Pokemon Yellow came out after the cartoon had basically dominated the planet and was marketed at, you know, kids and fans of. But you had to play as a Lightning type, and the first gym as a fucking Rock type. Like, for little kids who were like, I love Pikachu! Getting the Brock beating them to death with a stick and a jelly donut. Kira's... Oh wait, it is at 8:69. Did I miss one? Alright, ref! Ref, did I miss a death? I need a ref check. Excuse me, judge! I need a ref check. But yeah, like, I understand there are loads of ways to handle Brock, but you have to know your Pokemons. Pokemon Yellow is aimed at kids that really love Pikachu, and not even like Fat Pikachu Classic, like new cartoon sleek Pikachu. He was such a chubby little mouse. I can't get this mental image out of my head of just like really young kids just fucking sobbing because Brock's just wailing on them with a fucking Onix. Okay, so Lizzie has stated that it is 8:69, so I'm not leaving you all on red. Nice. I said 8:69. There we go. Nice. Nice. Yeah, it's that thing of like, I thought Brock was my friend, as Onix just beats Pikachu into a bloody pulp. Because again, like, if you know Pokemon, if you've played it before, you can kind of plan for it. But if that's your first game on the fucking Game Boy... No, poor little Tim Tim. Poor little... I don't know what the femquivocant of Tim Tim is. But Brock ain't your friend. Misty will fucking drown you. And I don't know. I still got a lot of time for Jesse and James. So Cold Ankle says everyone's. Well, okay. You can either say what is your favorite Pokemon game or most nostalgic. Because my most nostalgic is the Pokemon CCG on the Game Boy Color. As still one of those things that always makes me laugh is my biological father taking me on a little road trip to stop in at the Baseball Hall of Fame, but that, yeah. And if you know more about me, not a sports guy, never been a sports guy, but throughout that whole thing, I did absolutely beast the Pokemon CCG, and I can't believe that we're going to be getting basically that, but with puzzles for the next Placid Plastic Duck game. I'm so happy, because the Pokemon CCG part of Inscription was definitely one of my favourites. Salen's was Pokemon Puzzle League. Nice. Because, like, my favourite will still be Pokemon Gold. But just because I knew nothing about it going in, only that it was the sequel to Pokemon. And when you go back to the old world and fight Red, it broke my brain. I was like, this is 2 whole video games. Yeah, no, so Legend, the next game by the creator of Placid Plastic Duck Simulator will be a game somewhat based on, I mean, pick your fan, either the Pokemon CCG or Card Fighters Clash or any of those like first attempts to put CCGs on handheld consoles. And we know it's going to have weird surrealist shit in it because we played Placid Plastic Duck Simulator. Oh, Unholy Glee, a collectible card game. It's one of those ones where it really depends on... Okay, board game aficionados will be able to tell you the difference between a TCG, a CCG, etc. But they were used pretty interchangeably. TCGs tended back in the day to refer to things like the Pokemon cards or Magic the Gathering and stuff, where you actually traded them. Whereas the video game versions, you just hoarded them. So... Oh yeah, just saying, I just didn't want to, I think acronyms are the fucking bane of existence, and I didn't want to speak with absolute authority on what the correct one to use is. Ah, Evil Geek, that's a good choice. It's a good choice. I still think that we don't appreciate just how smart Pokemon was as a game when it dropped. The idea of, rather than, playing as a hero in a forgotten land, you're controlling the person. You're controlling your little team of Pokemans and telling them what to do. It was kind of mechanically, when you think about it, very, very similar to Final Fantasy Legends, but the presentation was different enough, and the collect and train element really gave you this sense of like, this is my little buddy, yay! Like, sometimes presentation is literally the difference between one genre and another. Like, you can program a game that is mechanically identical to something else and then change a little bit of its UI, a little bit of its presentation, and, oh boy, jiggity jam, you got a whole new title. It was really interesting because the betting money would have probably been on Digimon to be, like, the big chunking success. It's hard to understate how big the Virtua Pet craze was. But that's another story. If you'd asked Tiny Will which of those products was going to take over the world, I wouldn't have said Pokemon. Because, again, I was a kid who had played, Final Fantasy Legends. My mate Fuzz had it. Or was it Rory? I forget. We were very confused by it as younglings. But it was really funny because you could make a team of demons and skeletons and then be like, heroes, please come save the world. And you're like, this guy will literally eat your soul. But alright, King, you're on. And yes, I know, Final Fantasy Legends is another game that's rebranded, etc., etc. But you know what I mean. Sorry, it's me just waffling about nothing here. Oh, and I don't know if I mentioned this because it was a gift from Shackle, but I finally got a really, really nice frame for my favorite Pokemon cards. My favorite Pokemon card set, the Tepig set of like the kid growing up and stuff. I do love that one. I do love that. So it's currently sitting in the living room, looking all fancy and shit. Okay, sorry. I definitely am losing momentum here, friends. So is there anything else you want to throw on in before we start moving on to one of the other glorious streams on the internet? Do you know what's interesting, Spiller, on the subject of Magic the Gathering for me was I tried to get into it, but there was only like 2 other people who played, and one of them played damn near competitively. So I just bought one of those like green starter decks. I even remember it was like this Briar Tree Man was like the title card. And I was like, oh, I'm really interested to try playing this because, I like CCGs and stuff. And the dude spent all afternoon not only kicking my ass, but telling me why he was kicking my ass. And I'm like, buddy, I haven't even bought a booster yet. So I never really got into Magic until I was at the Creative Assembly. And then we all decided to get into it around about the time that Duels of the Planeswalkers was doing well. Which was standalone... it was a standalone pre-built deck game for the 360 and PC that was great for teaching people Magic. And that kind of spurred on our Magic squad over there. Which ended up... God, we once played like a 15-person game of Commander. It lasted for hours, and I still remember someone almost throttling Nick because he started playing long math, and we're like, buddy, before we're fucking 50. It was Jules the Planeswalkers. Thank you, Sadie. Sorry, my mistake. But, yeah. It's really interesting that I would have completely missed out on being a Magic player had that not been the case. I think about that a lot. I still think there's loads of ways to do cool shit with Magic that we haven't yet in terms of the video game space. But, I mean, that's a whole nother fucking kettle of monkeys, right? These days, there are so many services for getting reprints of old, like, classic TCGs and CCGs and whatnot. I'm kind of wondering if anyone's done, like, a reprint of the Battletech stuff. Because I never got the chance to play it, so I don't actually know if it's any good. I think I bought one deck of the Vampire the Masquerade cards, but I don't know what happened to them. Verdant, I don't remember what set the green deck was, but it was like I mean, we're talking 2000s. So, like, after the initial peak of Magic and then it's, like, dip. But yeah, it was one of those just off-the-shelf, like, welcome to Magic the Gathering, like, monocolor decks that used to be available for sale, like, everywhere. Ah, good times. I'm just starting to realise how unsettling this is as background music, so I think I'm actually going to take us back to the round table hold. And Fred, I know there's a lot of like legal nonsense, but it's like with Netrunner and stuff like that. Like certain CCGs have kind of been picked up by their communities and supported. I believe there is a non-copyright infringing variant of, is it Netrunner? I think it's Netrunner. It's not NetHack. But you can download a variant of that. Cold ankles. Arena is fine, but it is absolutely 100% a Mobage. And I don't know the legalities of Forge and stuff like that, so I'm always a bit hesitant to talk about them on stream. I know what a lot of people do for, well, I've done during lockdown, was using Tabletop Simulator to emulate decks that they had physically bought themselves, so they could play things like Commander and stuff, you know, over the internet. And who knows, maybe we'll like start those up again come the winter. Sorry, I keep saying come the winter. Mainly because come the winter, I'm going to be indoors a lot. Obviously, we would never condone any kind of piracy on this Twitch.televisio, now would we? Okay, and it doesn't look like anyone is doing reprints of the Battletech CCG.
How well?
God, I'd love it if some of the Neo Geo Color Pocket games got properly updated. Like, the idea of doing a Card Fighters Clash tournament would be very funny. Oh, someone has created a module for Tabletop Simulator that has all of the Battletech CCG stuff in. That's cool. Okay, so Fred, that makes a lot of sense. Like, I've never heard anybody talk about the Battletech CCG with that, like, fond wistfulness. Okay, friends, so I tell you what, I'm going to roll credits in just a second. And, I don't know, I live with this constant fear that the end of stream is starting to sound like old 90s Jerry Springer, you know? A semi-disingenuous round of thank yous. And that's absolutely not how I fucking feel, and I hope you all know that. Like, I don't know. being sick has just made me super feelsy because, you know, I was really fucking scared. And, you know, as I was saying to another friend who's also self-employed, like, there are no sick days when you work for yourself. And, you know, streaming's one of those professions that if you aren't bums in seat hanging out with people, then you're not doing anything and it's bad and scary. And I got back, and then you lot were like, don't worry about it, dingus. You know. I'm still trying to decide if it's self-aggrandizing to have an unofficial birthday party after PAX when I can drink, or... Because Soraya said I'm allowed to have my birthday on my next good day, and I'm definitely not fully healed. Like, I'm not going to be drinking alcohol until my body is like... My body gives me the thumbs up, which it has not yet. But... Anyway, sorry, I'm driving the fucking car off road. Alright, Lizzie. I'll just have a little party, it'll be good. But, yeah, Carlo, mine certainly fucking was this week. But it's just that point of... Being able to stream full time is a gift and a fucking treasure. And I don't stop feeling that. You know? There hasn't been a time where I've felt like, ugh, it's so hard streaming. Oh my god, I can't put... Like, I'm constantly in awe of the fact that this is what I do. And I'm constantly fucking grateful for it. And I know it's been 6 years. I just... You know, we spent a whole day talking about the intricacies of video game marketing while I got the fuck kicked out of me by a gigantic redhead. Like... I've worked my share of shitty jobs. I know how lucky I am. So yeah. Fred said, you couldn't possibly be 6 years. You're only 30. You've been streaming for 20% of your life. Fuck. Oh. Alright, Fred. I mean, I'll be fucking 40 next year. I'll be a 40-year-old streamer. 40-year-old full-time streamer. Let's fucking go. I'm in love with the medium that we have and the games that we play and the discussions that go on. I'm constantly surprised you don't let me talk as much as I do. Because I'll be honest with you, without bribing them, the guinea pigs are 1000% done with my shit since I've been stuck indoors. I don't know. And I know there's a lot that I need to do. I know that I gotta step up on things like, you know, the Discord and doing things as a group and bringing everybody together, but no, it wasn't Millimo's Might. It was a spiky briar tree person. It wasn't elemental, certainly. Oh, hang on. Let me... I just realised it was going to bring up just the first card, not the main one. Okay. Sorry, Verdant, I didn't mean to give you like a little research topic, but... Yeah, Fred, I'm just a youngling. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy. It's my birthday. I'm just a little guy. I'm not. It's Lizzie's birthday. And again, Lizzie, happy birthday, friend. Alright, let me roll credits before what part of my brain drops out of my brain. World's going mad. Look, friends, just thank you for everything that you put in, for spending a whole day with me on this, for it all. Thank you. And to that end, the fuel in the engine, the wind in the sails, you lovely dingleberries that keep this whole thing going. To Jackie Foxbot, Lyris Dragon, Air Dragon, that's 2 dragons, AR and Immortal Lend, like, those were some long-ass sub-sprees. Nothing less than 20, which is fucking awesome, and thank you. Verdant Flow, thank you for throwing in a donation, because you know that helped me out, like, immediately. And to Akira Zero, Legend of Moraid, Lyris Dragon, Bacon Avenger, Quasimoto, Some Numbers, Vanderbeest, Spiller, Shitaro, and Apex, you all put in a whole bunch of bits. And that's one of the big things that month in, month out keep us going. To your moderation team, not just Birthday Legend Lizzie, but also Caffeine and Moose, thank you so much to the mod team. And to Wheeler Dealer and the Gravity Queen. They're 2 whole raids. So, I can thank you. And Lyra sneaking in a fucking 100 at the end. Thank you. I'm just checking to see if this is... Yes! That is 100% that deck, Verdant Flow. I recognise that Thorn Elemental anywhere. You got it. Indeed, Spiller. Twitch, one of the rare places where you shouldn't keep bits to yourself. Okay, so I've got... Too many people, not enough time. Now, you know what, friends? I'm just going to pass you over to Chorbin. Because Chorby be Chorbin. Chorby be Chorbin. I don't have the wherewithal to go through our wonderful list and find peeps and whatnot. Chorby be Chorbin. Right. Whatever you do with the rest of your evening, have a lovely one. I don't know what tomorrow is going to be like, so just keep an eye on the Discord. If I get a stream in, come say hi. I'm going to hopefully get rid of these fucking side tufts and shit. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. But we'll see how that goes. Should be a good one. But yeah, friends, that's it from me. Like I said, whatever you do with the rest of your evening, have a fucking good one. Yeah. Thank you. Just thank you. Oh. I do not know what I'm going to do with myself this evening. Hopefully we don't have a migraine the second, but... God, I might actually have some time to myself. Ugh. What do people do with that? Say I'll work on a Gundam, but I've got so many. Alright, friends. Have a lovely night. And if I don't see you tomorrow, I will see you soon, right? Good night! Thank you! Therapy Sword! Oot! Therapy Sword Oot? What is wrong with me? Fun watchers, I'm sorry.